by the government because he hates injustice. And we must stand with Nnamdi Kanu. I urge all Nigerians to come out on the 20th of October to protest and ensure that he is released. If bandits and criminals will sit with government representatives with their guns and still go back to go and kidnap, humiliate, maim Nigerians, I see no reason why Nnamdi Kanu should continue to be in detention. Let us all come out. It is not the fault of these criminals in government that people are suffering today, but because people have become docile. They accept anything, and that is why these people will continue to humiliate those docile Nigerians. Let us all come out en masse. The power of unity is stronger than the power of those in government. Let us not be afraid of anything, because I believe that life can only be worthy of living if living is to the fullest. We must demand for justice and ensure that Nnamdi Kanu is released. Thank you very much. I remain.
Our job is very straightforward. We are helping them to help themselves. This is a problem that has lingered for 10 years. The unjust, unlawful, illegal, and the kidnapping of our brother from Kenya by international kidnappers yet to be identified, who brought him to Nigeria for this illegal trial. Yesterday, they called me through one of my sources that Showore, why are you fighting for Nnamdi Kanu? He's on trial. Let us finish the trial first before we can talk about releasing him. And the simple question I ask is, what are you trying him for? No answer. Because what you are trying him for has been discontinued by the Court of Appeal. He was discharged and acquitted. The Supreme Court followed up and ruled that his bail was not violated because it was Nigerian army that went to his house to go and drive him away from the country. And he has the right to save his life. What other charges do they have? Nothing. I will surprise you today, in 2019, when they were looking for charges to put on Nnamdi Kanu's head. They charged me and him together. Yes. Yes. They said that we were trying to kill some policemen in the southeast. I don't even know where Abia State exactly is in Abia State. But I was honored to be charged with him. I get
How are you? Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. How are you? Good to see you.
There's a plan by Showore to organize a free Nnamdi Kanu protest this week. I don't know if you are in tune with that arrangement.
Well, let me tell you, I've always been consistent on Nnamdi Kanu's flight. There was no need for the arrest in the first place. And I've always said that for me, and discuss with anybody who said it clearly, and I meant there. And I thank those who actually trying to do with what I'm saying for a long time. Go and check what I've said before 2020, 2022, even in 2024. I've said Anana has gone, he's been to court. the rules should be followed, not just for Nnamdi Kanu, for all agitators across the nation. Let's dialogue with them. There's nothing wrong with anybody agitating or saying, let's dialogue with them. And whatever we do with them, let's follow the rules. So I thank the organizers and I thank those who are involved. Thank you.
I wanted to do before I die, because I thought I was going to die, and I bought this house brand new. This house was built for me. It was built for me, and then I started this garden. I built this garden. I planted this garden from the scratch. My daughter likes purple. She likes purple flowers, so these are purple plants. That's tangerine, pear, orange, and then more purple flowers. And then because when I said the Free Leah Shaibu campaign, I gave out all my cars. I had a convertible, I had a CLA, I had a G class. I gave them out. And so I said, okay, well, now I'm going to buy a new car for myself, So, just something else. Don't think that people are flaunting when you see them put stuff on social media. Sometimes it's just because of the story behind it.
They're showing the car.
The car? Is it necessary?
Why not, right?
Okay, so I'll show them the car. Yeah. This is the car, so it's an A53 convertible. I like convertibles. Even when I was in Nigeria, people knew me in Abuja. I had a sky blue convertible. I love convertible cars. And I didn't want to get another car, I just thinking, because I travel a lot, you guys know. But after this health scare, I wanted to focus on me, make myself happy, because I know how much money I have in the bank. What I don't know is how much time I have here on earth. Anyway, thank you for watching. May God bless you.
You pay cash for this car as well.
Memo, you don't have to say that. Come on. All right, then. Yeah.
See, it's a manually pumped. Okay, so, yeah, we're rolling. My name is Mike Arnold. I'm the president of Africa Rise. I'm holding this as proof of the date. It is Tuesday, November 14th, 2023. I am standing in the New Kuchingoro IDP camp. I found this document from 2015 by the UNHCR, that is United Nations High Commission for Refugees. In this document, it has a section on the New Kuchingoro camp. And it outlines many of the issues that these people are facing and the reasons why they're here. The UN in 2015 documented this camp. In 2021, after we started the schools, we reached out to that same agency, UNHCR, to ask for their assistance in serving these people. Their response: there are no IDP camps in Abuja. I am standing in the New Kuchingoro IDP camp that was here in 2015 and is here today. These people are still here today. I am calling out the UN, I'm calling out the American government, and I'm calling out the Nigerian government. Stop hiding this truth. These people are here, people are victims, and these people need help. Why are you hiding? Why are you lying? This camp is here. I am here. These people are here. Why do you deny it?
Olabode George, flagged by some family members of the late Nigerian's foremost nationalist, Herbert Macaulay, appreciated President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's gesture for honoring their late great-grandfather, but that the family was deeply disappointed when the list also included some pardoned notorious criminals and murderers, considering the courage, intellect, and the conviction by late Herbert Macaulay, which helped lay the foundation for awakening Nigeria's political consciousness.
Of course, we will say thank you to Mr. President, but the way it was done, lumping all kinds of characters, drug barons, murderers, to our own great uncle for what he did for this country. We thought it was a little bit unfair. We are rekindling a flame, the flame of patriotism, political integrity, and people-centered governance that Papa Herbert Macaulay ignited more than a century ago.
The PDP chieftain also described the latest defections from the party by some governors to the ruling All Progressive Party APC as unfortunate.
I am an irredentist PDP man. And I tell you what, the principles, the procedures that we follow is still the best solution for the problems of this country. So those who want to go, they are looking for crumbs. Because as they get there are people already waiting. So what would they do? Jump over all those people? We've seen it before, even during the time of Jonathan. You remember, we were at the National Convention. They all trooped out, led by Atiku. Didn't they come back?
He urged Nigerians to reclaim the moral center of the politics as exemplified by late Herbert Macaulay, who was not ethnic nor sectional in his approach to politics. He also called on the new INEC chairman to do the right thing and preserve his name for good.
I will plead with this new man, Professor Amukwito. Let him make sure he will go back and quit on well. No.
We're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Arab Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And
you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrest the meeting ground? Can we arrest the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion. You understand? Learn to control your emotion.
You're right.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make a...
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yaya Bello. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yaya Bello. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective, so show me who he is.
All right, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Saturday, October the 18th, 2025. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. This is another episode of Say 247. And today we are watching a developing story out of Nigeria. So about maybe 4 hours ago, Sahara Reporters was reporting exclusively that there was allegedly there was a coup, attempted coup, people planning coup in Nigeria, that they were arrested, including a brigadier general, and they've been locked up. In that report, they said that was the reason they canceled the Independence Day parade. Sahara Reporters was reporting 2 hours ago. They updated the story a few minutes ago, saying now that most of the coup plotters came out of the office of the National Security Advisor, so which is quite interesting. We're going to talk about that and all the issues in the news. You guys may remember that this week in Madagascar, there was a military takeover of the government. It started with a protest by the Gen Z. They were protesting bad governance, corruption, and all those typical things African people complain about. And a colonel in the military in Madagascar took over the government. Yesterday, he was sworn in as the president of Madagascar. All right, on Monday, there will be a protest campaigning for the leader of IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, to be freed. The protest is led by Omoyele Sowore. So we're going to talk about that. Already people are reacting, the police, the military, every group. They're weighing in on whether that should happen or not. Sowore and his group, they're insisting that it's going to happen. So we talk about that. We talk about the ruling in courts this week, I think on the 16th, that Nnamdi Kanu should face trial, that he's fit to be tried. So that will be part of a conversation we are going to have. In Cameroon, Paul Biya, despite not campaigning, has returned to power. He's 92, and he will be president for God knows how many times. He's been there for over 40 years. So Paul Biya won the election without going out there to campaign. In Uganda, the president, Yoweri Museveni, declared that he's going to run again for president of Uganda. That and so many other stories we are watching across Nigeria and Africa. Of course, earlier in the week, in the Middle East, President Trump went there to celebrate the end of the war between Israel and Gaza, the release of prisoners and hostages, and of course his new vision for the Middle East, where everybody will live in peace and harmony. We have to report that 2 days ago, Israel attacked Lebanon. All right. As you know, this is a program for you. It's not for me to tell you what's going on. It's for you to come and give us your view on what is happening across the world. And already we have a few people who are in the studio. If you want to join us, please come into the studio, turn on your camera. We will bring you in. Again, thank you so much for joining us, for watching, for being on the comment section, for watching at home, and those who will join us. We welcome all of you. Thank you, everybody. All right, Mr. James, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm all right. Good evening.
Yeah, nice to have you. So, you were the one that alerted me to the story from Sahara Reporters. I wasn't following everything going on. Yeah. So, what was your first impression when you saw that?
It might be. I have two impressions actually. It might be a scam by the government to achieve whatever goal they have in mind. I don't know. Because of this forthcoming demonstration, they might use it as a tool to beef up security abnormally, to put down the demonstration, if need be, with the use of brutal force, because they will say that the country is in a semi-state of emergency. There was an alleged coup plot. So, and here are people demonstrating. That's one way of looking at it. Probably nobody did anything or nothing actually happened. And another way of looking at it is, it's difficult to say because this government has performed below expectation. So no matter, they are capable of doing anything. But if it is true that there was an alleged coup plot, then the words of John Fitzgerald Kennedy comes to mind. Those who make peaceful change impossible will make violent change inevitable. That is how I see it.
So why would they, if, let's get back to if this is true, why would they cancel? Because the way they canceled that parade of October 1, it wasn't weeks in advance, it wasn't days in advance, it was a few days to the day. They just announced the cancellation. And if you know how things work in Nigeria, people have prepared, people have moved in, moved to Abuja to be part of that. So it must have been something that happened that nobody knew until Sahara published this story.
That's why I'm having more than one opinion. However, that is not the first time they canceled Independence Day celebration in Nigeria. During Muhammadu Buhari's military administration with Tunde Diago, I think the first
independence celebration did not take place. According to them, there was nothing to celebrate. That was, I think I was in high school or something like that. So it's not the first time. But however, we live in a country where all things are possible. Probably some people are planning. And probably nobody is planning, it's just phantom coup. People that are just afraid of, they use this as a means to keep them somewhere till they feel comfortable or something like that. So all things are possible. Because the country right now is in an abnormal state.
All right, thank you so much. Some of the stories I didn't mention at the beginning were Governor of Enugu State, Simba, joined the APC. The governor of, one governor in South also joined the APC. At this point, PDP has only 8 governors.
Doyediri, Bayelsa State.
Bayelsa, okay. Yeah, joined. At this point, PDP has only 8 governors. I heard that the APC, they have super majority in the Senate at this point. So Nigeria is, by all accounts, turning into a single party country. Mr. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, and good morning.
Yeah, nice to have you. How are you?
Fine, sir.
Okay, so first of all, let's see, are there stories you were watching that I didn't mention? You can mention them now.
Well, I would just like to touch briefly on Adeyanju Okalu talking about the aviation industry. Just kind of funny talking about the captains, the pilots, you understand, take Indian aim. This is a man who used to own an airline, Slug Airline and every other thing. Saying things like this, it's just a shame because we also understand how they do these things in Nigeria and every other thing. First of all, it's let me not explain too much. I'll just touch it a little bit. If captain is going on flight, the airline will do their own drug test, will do whatever thing they do. The airline check the crew, you understand, the cabin crew and every other thing before they leave. The airline will put them in their own bus, convey them straight to the airport so that nothing will happen. Yeah, in between the airport, something can happen, maybe transfer and everything. That's why when we work in the airlines, we all have our different badges that can restrict you to certain place and certain place that you cannot access. Things can happen, but it is the airlines that take care of their crew. But the way Adeyanju Okalu was just saying this thing, I'm just so ashamed of him. He failed to understand that if you're blaming the so-called LCA or whatever, that's a shame. You understand? It's just a shame because that's not how things work. That no matter how you put things in place, things will definitely happen. But blaming those people simply means you as a senator, your oversight function too is also not working. Because if you're also regulating, do your oversight function with the so-called NCAA, NAMA, whatever accident and investigation bureau and everything, all the problem that we are having in that industry at the first place won't be there. But they just drive there, they come there, they give them that dollar, they get away. You understand? This next thing they will do, they send all these people, all type of family, friends, girlfriend, to go give them this juicy position. This is how the problem comes. But saying that just to bring Nigeria down is a shame because, Doctor, me being in Nigeria for years before I even moved to the US, I understand many of our captains, people who become captain from an airfield, they come to Nigeria. That's how you get your regular flight numbers and everything, because to get your flight hours in America, in the UK, it takes you years. You understand? So people will come to Nigeria easily, they can get this thing, and at the same time, they won't get well paid. They pay them very well. They sleep in nice hotel, all these benefit and everything. So Nigeria is trying in that aspect, no matter how people want to beat us down. But for somebody like Adeyanju Okalu, who invested his own money in that industry, who say things like this, it's just a shame. I don't know whether he's having a problem maybe with...
Did he say his own money? Okay, I got it.
Yeah, no, let me just say so. It's Okrikano Poroko money, because when they asked him, how did you make this money? He said, I'm used to be an Abba boy. I used to bring Oporoko and Okrika.
Hold on, Paul. I did actually, that story, I didn't know about it. Where did he say it? In an interview?
No, yes, in an interview, and he also said it in the Alu Chamber.
Oh, okay.
He also said it in the Alu Chamber and every other thing. So I am so ashamed, or maybe because of the way government also frustrates him when he set up Slot Airline, then he moved it to, I can't remember the African country, I think Gambia or something. I can't remember the African country that he moved it to. Maybe that's why he's saying what he's saying. I don't know. But
yes,
it's a shame. The Gambia, okay, I think I'm right. Many years ago.
Is the airline still operating his own?
No, of course. He gathered all the money to become president, to become governor and every other thing. Those are all the money that he pulled out. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's welcome a caller line. Welcome to the show.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, Mr. James, and good evening, Mr. Paul. How are you doing? I'm alive.
You can't just be alive. You live in the UK, so.
Well, I can tell I'm not. There's a difference between existing and living, And some in Nigeria are living anyway. They're even living better. Depends on where you find yourself in the level of what the human wants. That's what it is.
All right. Before I come to you to get a story that you are watching that you're interested in discussing, let me point out that also Nigeria lost the bid to host the Commonwealth Games. Nigeria wanted to host that, and Nigeria lost that to, I think India won the right to host. And in Kenya, the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga, died in India. He died in a hospital in India where he was receiving treatment. All right. Ikolola, go ahead.
Yeah, what is it? Should I speak about these things?
No. What story are you following? What are you interested in? Anything that?
Oh, okay. I've spent most of my time listening a lot to the West Bank peace deal. I have listened to and read a lot of things about it. So, if I could say, that's what I followed. And the second one is the Ukraine conflict, which is quite an interesting thing to a lot of people. But what piqued my interest today was the idea of a coup in Nigeria. So I don't know how far that is true, but they said a few head of military personnel have been held by some government services, saying they were planning a coup. How this is true, I don't know. And Raila Odinga died. I think a particular era in African leadership is coming to an end, but where that would lead Africa is a whole different picture. Because at the end of the day, was the Cameroonian Paul Biya? Yes, he might be contesting an election, but I don't think he'll see it through. I don't really think he'll see
he won. What are you talking about? Paul Biya
won. I mean, he won, but I don't think he would. He's old. He sleeps at meetings. He's gone. He's gone. He might win, but it's not something he'll see through. And the other funny one up in Eastern Africa, Museveni. He's still able and trying to show that he can run, but they have to understand that time tells anyway. But Africa is going towards a new generation of leadership. Yes, it might be the same family, it might be the same, but the viewpoint, the perspective is changing. And what it will change to, we don't know. But something is changing.
All right. We also, someone was asking, we mentioned, maybe I didn't say, Raila Bakary is under attack from his friends. So there's one guy called Mike Arnold.
No, doctor, you didn't put it well. You just say for entertainment of the day.
I don't know where that started and everything, but it's all over the place that Raila Bakary is being unveiled. That's what people are saying by a friend of his, someone who worked with him severally in different capacities, who knew him, is saying that the man is a liar and things that we may get to later on. Which, yeah, I call that also. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick one. I come on this show sometimes when I listen to things which are not very correct, and I try to correct them because for our listeners and not just me. You had a guest last week when I left, who took his time and was explaining when he was asked if there's a genocide in Nigeria, the Christian Muslim conflict. And he was all about that it's a headsman conflict and that the government didn't tackle this in time. I think we should say what we know sometimes. And when we don't know, we should just say we don't know. Because if we look at it, Boko Haram didn't start as a headsman issue. Their main claim was Boko Haram means no book, no Western civilization, So how we were going to take history from the middle and forget Boko Haram and forget the new ones that just came in. I can't remember what they call themselves now, but all I'm just saying is we shouldn't narrow the killings and conflicts in Nigeria to headsman farmers issue. No, it didn't start like that. In 2015, it started as some people going against Western civilization, or whether they were trying to install Islamic religion, I cannot say. But it wasn't, they didn't come in as a headers farmers issue. It was actually some people coming in to say, look, Western civilization must be stopped. And what they meant, we don't know. So it has degenerated to the point that we are having all these issues now. And let's not forget, if we are saying that the same man that went to New York to speak against the conflict in West Asia, correct? The man that went to speak against the conflict in West Asia prompted people like some American senators to say, look, we're going to deal with Nigeria for the religious killings or the war against Christians. Let's not forget that same person probably had a hand in bringing in these people called Boko Haram. So when we are bringing our guests and they are making comments that are not true, for the sake of our listeners, let's try to correct it and let them not speak eloquently as if they know what they're saying. So that is another thing I actually came today to see if I can put through.
All right, thank you, Ikolola. Let's welcome Femi. Femi, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the show. Femi, can you hear me? I always like when you are talking to someone and they are looking at you, you see that they are not. What? Femi, can you hear me? Okay, we can hear you, Femi. You are muted. Let's go to Ike. Ike, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good morning, good evening, everybody.
How are you?
I'm blessed. Happy to be alive today in the land of the living.
Okay, so we are just going around to say hello and see if there's any story that is of importance to you that we didn't mention at the beginning of the show.
Oh no, I did not start from the beginning. I just joined.
Okay.
So I don't know what the rundown of the program is all about. So maybe when we begin to talk about them, I will be able to say what I know.
All right, thank you. Femi, can you hear me? Okay, all right. Femi has problems with connecting, but let me just, before we go and start the conversation, let me just talk about one more thing. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Dr. Sam Amadi, who He's the director of the Abuja School of Thoughts. He will join us to talk about all the issues in the news, starting with the campaign to free Nnamdi Kanu, Governor Mba joining APC, and the upcoming election in Anambra State. So if you can join us tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time and 1:30 p.m. New York time, we are going to have that conversation with Dr. Sam Amadi tomorrow. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Let's pick our first topic for today. Unless Femi is back. Femi, okay, no, I see KJ. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Yes, you're doing a great job, sir.
How are you doing?
Here we are. Again, we thank the Lord for giving us life today.
Good, good, good. Were you part of the people planning a coup against Tinubu or no?
Unfortunately, I'm not. Those, even though I would have loved that very much. The truth remains that, I've said on this show before that it will be difficult to have a coup right now in Nigeria because all the, like what we call the stubborn people are not anywhere close to any armament. So I don't know how that could have been done. The Guard Brigade that's in Abuja does not have the reach to be able to affect that kind of change in Nigeria. So maybe when you get there, I'll give more detail, but I don't think so. You understand?
All right. Thank you, KJ. Let me just point out, there was another story that we made. This is a cartoon. I think this cartoon should be award-winning. This is Tinubu, who is the coach, and people sitting there. You can see Ababio, you can see the vice president, I believe. You can see Wike. This is the team, and he's giving them instruction on how they are going to win this match for 2027. That idea of 2027, the campaign, the election, is dominating everything in Nigeria. There was a video that came out this week about Ababio, somebody who claimed to be the wife of his brother, made a video. Along the way, we might touch on that. It's trending, and if the things she was saying about Abio they're true, that will be very damaging. So we will get to that. But these are the people who are essentially running the country, your country, Nigeria. And I wonder what they think today after what happened in Madagascar this week and the stories we are getting out of Nigeria. All right. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Greet everybody.
Yeah, I know you don't follow soccer, don't know anything about soccer, but Nigeria won. I believe I saw a headline. Yet we didn't qualify. What is going on? We're waiting for what? Who can explain that to me? Do you know?
I think I know. They're going for. I think this is new. Maybe that's where I should be corrected. This after the final qualification, there's now another qualification stage.
It's new because of the 40, the additional 16 teams that we added. So there's going to be 2. I can explain it, but I'll let you go.
I get it makes sense now. No, it makes sense now. But from day one, at where's man of Prestige is not here. I said Nigeria will qualify. And the reason I said they will qualify is because of the people in charge in Abuja. There is so much at stake for them to lose if they don't qualify. At a time when Trump, they say, come, who be you? You don't feel coming, you feel coming. Opportunity to come and buy us in Los Angeles, everything with free money. I mean, those guys from the commissioner to the audit federation men, it will be too, they cannot afford to lose. But they still have one final chance at it. So I still stand on that belief that Nigeria will qualify, if not for anything, but based on just those men, their goal of what they are going to gain if they qualify. So I think they will. For the Commonwealth, you should tell something about the Commonwealth Games. I think India needed it most. That's what it means. India is more stable, in terms of everything compared to us. So I'm not surprised that they defeated Nigeria to take it. So nobody say we really be strong contender like that when you have a country like India. So I'm not surprised. Yeah, but the news that you refuse to is the winning that where my governor is winning.
Which
other than
governor?
the fact that the only performing governor we have in Nigeria.
Oh, you're talking about Edo State.
The people's
what did he win?
I mean, giving us about 19 commissioners, solid men of character and a pedigree. So we should be seeing result. Should be seeing a better presentation from the government. But at the same time, as at yesterday, he employed about 5,000 teachers, which is part of the promise that he made during his campaign that he's going to, if he comes to power, is going to at least 5,000 teachers, and which he has fulfilled that promise. So we're winning.
All right. Good for you. Let's welcome Femi. Femi, welcome. Now, do you have any story to share with us? You said you can explain what happened with the soccer thing.
Yeah, part of it looks like Ujoro. If I'm being honest with you, because ordinarily it was when it was getting to the doctor. Let me explain something to you.
Okay.
There's, I don't know if you would understand. A lot of those ardent supporters will understand that there's politics even in soccer when it comes to the World Cup. FIFA is out to make money. Let me start that way. Ordinarily, there was a higher chance that Nigeria still not coming out, because we would have been on the same point as we were supposed to have been on the same point with several countries, especially Burkina Faso, even despite the fact that we won 4-0. But prior to the last two or the last match, I can't remember which of the two, all of a sudden, I recall there was something that had to do with an illegible player from South Africa. Okay, that was kind of explained the way, that was kind of understandable. And all of a sudden, Eritrea kind of withdrew. There were things in the background. There were rumors about whether Nigeria or CAF was involved in trying to pressurize.
Femi, not to stop you, but how you go say they understand? How will a professional team, a national team that has been in this for long, no, say 2 red card now automatically?
No, it was a correct decision.
Nobody.
It wasn't even the correct. It was a correct decision. So I'm not even taking away that. The more interesting one is when Eritrea.
No, I think they did that to actually. You talk about politics, Abi, to set this balance, because that would have ended the whole qualification for Nigeria right from. I'm not saying they did because of Nigeria, but hey.
Well, but it's more of Eritrea when Eritrea now withdrew, but there were fillers in the background, because we don't even know which one is true or not. That Eritrea was forced to withdraw from that group. So they had to do some recalculation. You know, at some point we had to they had to do some reconfiguration. That they will look at it from the point of view of whether you were able to defeat your result based on the last team, the team that was last in each of the tables. I mean, it became so they turned into quadratic equation. Let me put it that way. Now, finally. Apparently, I think Burkina Faso.
That is the question. Now I want to understand that one. Now that's to what it be.
Baba, based on the standings, ordinarily Burkina Faso should be ahead of Nigeria as the 4th best team. But whatever the case, as it stands right now, what has now happened is that we would have to play Gabon, right, and then Cameroon will play DR Congo. So the winners of those 2 matches will meet in the final. It's going to be played in Morocco, right? And then whoever meets, and it's just 1 leg, whoever wins, gets that final spot, will now go and compete against 1 representative from each confederation, except for UEFA, because UEFA is not like they're big and they already have too many spots. Keep in mind, they added an additional 16 teams to the 32. That normally should qualify automatically. That's why this World Cup is going to be terrible, in my opinion. You're going to see it. Doctor, prepare. You don't even watch soccer anyway, so no problem. For those of us that watch it, prepare to watch interesting matches from teams you've never heard before in your life. It's going to be watered down. Now, finally, what's now going to happen is there will be there's going to be 2 out of the teams that are going to represent each confederation, right? They're going to now look at the seedings, the FIFA rankings at that time, and then they're going to take out 2 teams and let them sit out the first set of qualifiers that's going to be amongst the other things. So at some point, they're just going to reach some kind of semi-final and then final. But at the end of the day, it's only one team that's going to qualify. So it's going to be two sets of competitions we're going to play. One, the one that's going to be for us to qualify outside of Africa, out of the 4 teams that are remaining. And then the final sets from each of the confederations are going to be represented wherever that's going to take place. But anyway, that's on the side. Now,
basically, you're just saying that there's going to be playoffs.
Yeah, but the playoffs.
The playoff don't start. Yes.
It's a playoff. It's going to 2 rounds of playoffs. One in Africa and Morocco. That would result in 1 additional African team qualifying.
Yeah, but that is not. Let's. This is also what I always try to correct. There's always been playoffs in every games. Say if there are groups of
no. This is the first. This one, no. This is the first time.
This is the first time it's happening. My brother, Ikola.
Yeah, but everything happens at the first time.
Ikola, no. Ikola, let me correct
something. This is the first time in qualifying.
This is the first time it's happening this way. Usually, the one you're talking about used to happen between, I think, South America and a particular South American team, and I think Australia, Asia, something like that. That's what the way it used to happen. This one is different.
All right.
Plus, remember, it's 48 teams now.
Femi, thank you. You lost me a long time ago.
Anyway, so that, well, let me just, the only other story, the story I wanted to add was the ongoing No Kings protest, the one that's happening across the US today. And then by the same token, what is beginning to look like an additional war, that's a war opportunity that's beginning to open up in regards to Venezuela. And those are for any ardent observer, there's more to it than what we're being told.
All right, thank you, Femi, for that. We have a lot of people who are waiting at the back end. So what I'm going to do will be strict on time today. Everybody, I'll give you 4 minutes on any topic so that we can get to a lot of people. But let's watch this based on what Femi said.
A little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven, but I've made life a lot better for a lot of people. And you know, as an example, had the election of 2020 not been rigged, you would have millions of people living just in Russia, Ukraine alone. That would have never happened, and it didn't happen for 4 years. And I knew Putin very well. It was the apple of his eye. All the things I've said would have never happened. We had an incompetent administration. We had an incompetent president. And because of a crooked election, millions of people are dead. And by the way, the Israeli thing was much harder to get settled because of the past administration. Okay?
All right. When we get a chance to talk about Trump and America, we talk about what Femi mentioned. Also, Trump would meet Putin very soon based on the phone call. He was making a phone call. He was talking to Putin and he was tweeting, telling us that I'm talking to Putin now, you know. So it's a mess over here, but we'll get to that. Let me see. So there are people who are waiting at the end. So we will. Janaba, did I talk to you? No, Janaba. Okay, just you're the last person that will weigh in terms of any story you're interested in that you want to put on the table while we go and start our topics.
Good morning from here this afternoon. Okay, Rudy and fellow panelists. Not much. There's last week, I think I was looking at the bishop that was arrested. I think Adeshino Yebo for Yoruba Nation. I think you didn't hear about it.
Nope. What bishop? Where was he arrested?
In Lagos.
For what?
For the ongoing Yoruba Nation, like what do you call Dudua Nation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who arrested him?
DSS.
Okay, we'll check on that. I didn't know about that. All right.
I think all our politics are supposed to be aware of it very well.
Okay. All right, thank you for sharing. I will look into that. That will be interesting.
Yeah,
All right.
have his own money printed and all that. So yeah.
Oh, he printed money. That's the different
I think you should
category.
start printing your own money for your own nation now. Call Nadok.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's start. Our first story will be on the story on Sahara published this morning about allegation of a coup that happened, or attempted coup that was planned by some military officers from this is Sahara reporting, from the National Security Office. According to Sahara, they are people attached to the Office of the National Security Advisor. So they planned the coup, or they were planning a coup, and they were arrested, led by a brigadier general, and that was the reason why they canceled the parade. So we're going to look at it. Is this a story that only one source, only one media outlet that is reporting it for now? They are basically doubling down on the story because a lot of people were raising concerns about the story. They now reported a follow-up. Now, if you remember at the beginning of the week, there was a story that the finance minister, Wale Edu, was sick by Sahara again, and he was sick that he was taken out of the country. He had a stroke. The media came, everybody came out, the government, no, it wasn't true, he's in Abuja. But the pressure was too much, and 3 days after they acknowledged, oh, now he's in London, they showed us a picture of him in London. He had no stroke. They had to prove that he had no stroke. What I'm saying is that the Nigerian government, not just this government, all our history, there's this relationship with the media. They don't think they have to explain things to the media. If something is happening, they have the responsibility to tell the people. When the media reports a story, now they come up and try to discredit the media. And at the end, you saw that the man was sick. But it could have been solved if they came out and said, oh, our guy is sick, the Minister for Finance is sick, he's not going to be part of this conversation happening in Washington, D.C., the IMF meeting, World Bank meeting in Washington, D.C. But they didn't say that, and the story came out from Sahara that, the man was sick, he was in London. They said, oh no, he didn't travel, he's still in Abuja 3 days after he traveled. Anyway, I put that in the context, in understanding the story now that Sahara is reporting, which was that there was a coup, attempted coup, allegation of coup, and that was why they canceled the parade for the October 1 parade. All right, Mr. James, being that this is the context, I want you to look at this story, whether it's true or not. What happened in Madagascar this week, where people went out to demonstrate, Gen Z went out to demonstrate about bad governance and everything, corruption, and it led to a colonel in the military taking over the government. What is your take on this story?
Well, what happened at Madagascar might not have direct effect on what is likely to happen in Nigeria. Although the government is fully aware that they are not living up to expectations. The way I say it is this: it might be true, might not be true. If it is true that some people were planning, or some people are plotting, yes, they are plotting to topple the government, there's need for the government to be worried. Apart from losing power, the consequences of a military coup in the present political dispensation could be very, very tragic, considering the irreparable damage they have done to the lives of people in the country. That is, if the information is true. I want to believe that it's a make-up story to scare Showore and the demonstrators who want to take over the streets in Nigeria on Monday. They will now use this as a weapon to apply excessive force because this country is in a semi-state of emergency. So nothing should be left unattended to. So that is another way of looking at it. As I was saying earlier on, before the others came in, this year's independence celebration is not the first that Nigeria did not celebrate. When Muhammadu Buhari came as a military head of state, I remember, I think their first independence celebration was cancelled. The reasons why they cancelled it, they could not explain properly. They only said that there's nothing to celebrate. Probably they felt they were not stable enough. They were not in full control of the situation, so there's no need leaving anything to chances. In this very case, the reporter, the Sahara reporters, yes, said that their intention was to shoot the president at the parade ground, probably similar to what Anwar Sadat of Egypt suffered when he was killed in Cairo during a military parade, not independence celebration. But again, I think I read it somewhere, I can't remember. Members of the Brigade of Guards in Nigeria today are Tinubu's men, 100% Tinubu's men. In fact, I understand that all the military barracks in Nigeria are manned by Yorubas. I don't know if it is true, but that's what somebody told me, that all the military barracks in the country, they are manned by Yorubas. To organize a coup will be something very, very difficult. So this could be a phantom coup. We remember the case of the aircraft that crashed during Babangida's time somewhere in Lagos, and a lot of young fine officers were sent to hell. You see, these guys, they are jittering. They don't know exactly what is going to befall them. You see, I'm sorry, I will not be able to comment properly on these issues because I've only read Sahara's side of the story. I need to hear what others have got to say before I can make informed decisions. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, James. I'm having computer problem now. We'll resolve it soon. But if you guys are still seeing me, let me go to Mazepara. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, Doctor, and good evening, folks. Doctor, I just wanted to remind you that one senator, Nwabo Ebonyi, or what is it called? The guy who was defending Akpabio. You know that federal government is charging him of has sued him to court, charging him of inciting what do you call it now, against his colleague, and the defamatory comments against his colleague. What I wanted to say there is just that when rat follow lizard swim, the lizard will come out very dry, but the rat will not come out. The rat will come out, but it will be very wet. Ebonyi is now facing charges against, defamatory charges against him in Nigerian court. Nigerian government is suing him. Coming to Nigeria, this is a rumor of a military coup. Honestly, I believe that Nigeria military, as we speak, cannot conduct a military coup, because if you say a military that is politicized, ethnicized, religious, within themselves, they can't plan they can't plan a coup against any government, any president as we speak, because it's not the military of 1980s and early 1990s. This military is ethnic, religious, and otherwise military. Thank you. That's my comment at the moment.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's hear from Paul. Paul, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I think, Doctor, I think I'm still going to follow the same line with the previous speakers. I really don't want to believe that it's true. I just feel that from the side of the government, they are just doing damage control Probably just send an insider to leak some information to Sarah reporter. You understand? Just to divide our views and the likes. Not to say to also conduct a coup in Nigeria. People should also understand that we might think this military enjoy. Nigerians, we are very wicked people. Sometimes the way we do things, in as much as the government would think they are taking care of these military guys, they don't. You understand? Because the man at the aim of affair that leads will probably steal everything and don't give to his other colleagues and everything. So these guys are also not happy. You understand? You might make all your money, but you can't pay your kids' school fees. You can't live the life you want to live. Remember, every one of them still want to send their kids abroad for schooling, their health, and every other thing. So it can still happen, but I don't think, as at this time, I don't believe so. I don't want to believe with the tribe and every other thing. One thing you give to the Yoruba people very well, you take it or you leave it. Some people will say whatever they want to say. The Yoruba people have mind of their own to some extent. You see the likes of Gani Faroyemi, Beko, Ransom Kuti, Bamidele Atu. These are people who fought the government. They have everything to benefit in the government. They fought the government, you understand, fella, elder brother, work with the government that killed his mother. And then for that, Obasanjo literally killed his mother. So I don't see, like, we just think that because of Tinubu put all Yoruba people in all these military base and everything is secured. No, I don't want to believe that. But I just strongly believe that it is still rumor, because if it actually happened, the news will break more than this. For them to manage it, nothing happened. No, I don't think so. The news will break more than this. I just think it's like they're trying to learn all this Pentagon thing, you understand? They will leak information, then they will deny the information, but they are sending the message across. So it's just a strategy. I strongly believe Nigeria, no, it will leak. The papers will carry it. Even if the paper don't carry it, they'll send it to the Premium Times, People Gazette. It will really leak very well and everything. Even though to the big social media platforms and the likes, like Dr. Damages and the likes. So I really don't want to believe that anything happened. I just believe that they just send this thing to divide. See, doctor, you can see what they're doing with Tinubu's son, giving 1 million Bible, everything, Reno Mokiri, bring his own entertainment to it and everything because of this Christian thing. They are trying to divide our view because very many of us still stand our ground that genocide against Christians still happen. But what they are doing now, they want us to forget that topic because the more we keep talking about it, the algorithm is picking it. You understand? Ted Cruz is gathering any information to defend his case. So they just want to divert our views. That's why they're doing everything they will do to just make us forget about this Christian thing because it's not really working for them. They are scared. And doctor, you must understand with the American embassy, the way the American embassy is coming out, you understand, against this government. Everybody know APC come into power with the help of Barack Obama, with the help of the US government. That's how APC come into power because they don't want Jonathan. So they are losing relationships slowly with this same US government. So they panic, you understand? They don't want to give them more information where the government will be thinking in another direction. That's why they can try to bring anything just to divert our views so that we'll stop talking about the Christian genocide. I want to believe so. That's my take for now.
All right, thank you, Paul. Let's go to comparable facts.
Yeah, greeting everybody. What are we talking about? Just the coup part of it? No. I heard what you said. It's not that I want you to tell what you're talking about. Are you just?
Yeah. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. With all the implications, whether you believe it or not, and some people I'm reading on some social media platforms, people saying that Nigeria has passed that period, that there will never be any coup in Nigeria. People are saying that, this is an attack on Tinubu's administration because people are actually, because he's trying to change the country in a way that is fundamental, that nobody has ever attempted to, and some people who could not live with, without being in power are the ones behind it. Go ahead.
Well, the information, I mean, I read a little bit last week or whatever, it's kind of very scanty. There's no verified information definitely coming to say this is exactly what happened. I mean, what I read was the assistant officer that has been detained, a brigadier and a colonel. They didn't mention any name, said they were planning a coup, but some intelligent leak about their plan. So they were arrested and detained. They are not being interrogated. So that's all I can say on that, because there's no verifiable, need to say this is exactly what happened, who plotted it. They have not given any name. So it's just a very scanty news, and the government tried to, minimize the whole thing. Whether it's true or not, I don't really know. But from what I understand, I don't know how factual that is. They say Tinubu has put, people who who aligns to him, whether it's Yoruba or whatever, he has put them in different areas. So it's very difficult for coup to happen, particularly on the intelligent angle. It's occupied by Tinubu people, whatever you may call it. So I don't have that much to say on that ground.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from Ovie.
In my world, we call that a prop for his free Nnamdi Kanu campaign. So this is a prop. Yes, it can be based on real events, but in this case, I don't think it's something to go by, because Tinubu, October 1st, right? That was the alarm signal. It was in National Theatre to give his pal, that's Wale Soyinka, is that president. So it was out there. It was in Abia. It was somewhere in the east on the 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. After that, so if going by the Shewore reports, if na say the citizen has substantively, which grammar they use, that they fix a date to assassinate some people in government and all that kind. I don't think Bola Tinubu will be running up and down. Then from there, he left for Italy and all that kind of stuff. So, and I don't think if that is the case, that's a serious issue. I mean, that's enough to give him second term automatically, right? They will capitalize on it and sensationalize it and all that kind of stuff. But so I don't believe it's something to go by. But again, I'm here to be convinced that it's not a prop up for his Nnamdi Kanu to boost his the protest beforehand. So I've said it before. This is not a political launch towards 2027.
How will he boost his protest? Let me know, because
I'm talking about. Are we talking about him right now? Maybe only break the story. You can't talk about this without Sarah reporters. You can't talk Sarah without Shewore. So you can't talk about Shewore now without Nnamdi Kanu's upcoming protest. So that's what the news is about here, right? So what you are trying to him is that either way you talk about news, you have to find a way to link into the big event. That's the goal. So that's the goal when I say prop for. So not necessarily. So I mean, so not be media person in be. So we are because now only in break this story. That's abnormal. I mean, when my prime minister from what's it called, Finland, again has a wave more than an alleged coup. Make it make sense. But again, my information war age with this. So as I said, I will stand by my word. It's a prop up for the upcoming big event. That's what it's about.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ovie. KJ.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Yes, I also stand to say there was no coup. There can be coup when you have all your cronies manning the major military strategic positions. Because for a coup, a successful coup, you must have the artillery lining up with you, the coup plotters. You must have the signal corps, which is communication, lining up with you. You must have transportation and logistics. They will supply you the vehicles to move around, the armor tanks and the rest. You must have the commanding officers commanding various military formations, especially the ones around the FCT, the 82 Div, the Kaduna military formation. You must have that of Enugu covered. And then you must also have the binding of the Brigade of Guard, which is also led by a Brigadier General. So if all these people are there, then you have to have the soldiers, the footmen, the soldiers who carry out the execution of the coup. So basically, you are saying that all these people fell in place, or you are saying that just the Brigade of Guard decided to form a coup. If the Brigade of Guard in Abuja decided to form a coup, how would they get the 2 division that is in Lagos, the 82 Div, the Enugu, the Kaduna to join in? Because these are where the majority of the armories are. Okay, so now you have to get the the Air Force to join in also, those who fly the jets and all that. So how will you be able to execute all this without having these people in your control? The commanding officers in these places are all taken from one ethnic group. The commanding officers of the various different military and paramilitary formations are almost manned by Yorubas. So how are you going to get them to agree to come along with you? I think that this is a diversion, because just like someone earlier said, they are trying to create another scenario, another news, so that Nigerians can drift into going to discuss those things. For instance, the Christian genocide has picked up a wildfire. The truth they try to hide has eventually all become out there. Anybody who cares to research, we see videos of people, even as this week, there were also massacres of about 20-something people. So you can't even go far to find it. So for them to be able to divert attention to those places, the news they want you to listen to, they have to create an equally impactful, well structured out news that will get everybody thinking. Those loyalists will now feed upon this news to say they want to destabilize Tinubu's government because he's a Yoruba man. So they now want to. Think about it. All the military formations, the commanding officers, apart from Musa, they are all from the south, the southwest. So how can they now decide to organize a coup when they are the ones, eating the whole golden egg? Nobody's going to do that. The other people who are very stubborn, generals, don't have any place close to arm. They don't even command one soldier. If you don't command a soldier, how can you now detail them to do what you want them to do? You must be in a position of command for you to be able to initiate a coup. So I think it's a diversion to create, more discussions or more news for the Nigerian public, so that we can all take away our attention from the genocide and the free mass Nnamdi Kanu that is raging like fire everywhere right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just for those who read the story, they actually mentioned the name of one of the leaders of the coup, a nephew of a governor in Nigeria, former governor of Nasarawa State. All right.
Which was able to be a twin with the same rank. What a coincidence.
All right. So let me see. Ike, welcome.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Am I coming out clean? I remove.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. We can hear you. I can hear you from here.
I remove Dr. Damages, right?
Comparable fact is in California. They know they get the problem with their internet. I don't think he can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you. Don't mind our table.
I go ahead. I go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead, Ike.
Sorry?
Go ahead, Ike. Dr. Damages is coming back. Go ahead.
Okay. I will really agree with my brothers who has already spoken. There is no queue in Nigeria. It's just to divert our attention to something else. It's just to, this government they know that they know they're not going to survive 2027. It doesn't matter how many people goes to APC. But the question that each and every one of us are supposed to ask ourselves sincerely as Nigerians is, what is it that will ever, attract any honest and genuine Nigerian who has the interests of Nigerians at heart? What is it that in APC that is going to attract any Nigerian to go to APC? So these things are just politics. There is no queue. They are just trying to divert attention. Even when, like you gave when you were talking about what happened in Madagascar, if there is going to be a queue in Nigeria, what they're saying is not what they're going to say. That is, when the coup will happen in Nigeria, it's going to be bloody, and it's not going to be. They're not going to catch anybody before it happens. So this is just diversion of attention because of what the so-called Showere issue of Monday. They're trying to divert your attention, take away your mind from the failures of the government, the insecurity and the issue of Christian, the genocide issue that is being talked about. All these things are propped up, stories. So Babangida did it in his time. The gang of people keep people on the air, and that's it. So this government there is no queue, my brother. After all, the queue they're talking about, like somebody was saying, even the military themselves, are they better off? The people that are better off in the military are the guys. You don't see their bellies. The generals and the major, you don't see their stomach. Yeah, they are sharing the money together. So the people who are fighting in Sambisa forest, are they happy with the government? The young Nigerians that are being sent to Sambisa and other places to buy their life, you think they are happy that they are doing what they're sacrificing, and these people are living in mansions in Abuja, and so I don't think that we can't be deceived. They're just trying to make us to, like, as we are talking about it now, that's what they want us to talk about. They don't want us to talk about real issue, right? It's like when we are going to talk about Omokri. It's people that are giving him platform. I don't need to talk about this guy, because the more you talk about him, you are giving him a platform, right? So for me, Dr. Damages, to honestly speaking, for me, my own personal opinion, there is no queue. Diversion of attention. Take your minds away from the real fact, what is going on in Nigeria, inside Nigeria, the issue of killings, the issue of the genocide, and the issue of American government trying to, get involved in what is really going on in Nigeria. They're just trying to divert our attention. We're going to talk about this school now the whole of this month, and everybody will forget about the killing that is going on. It's just their politics. They don't have anything to offer nobody, right? God bless you.
All right, thank you, Ike. Janaba, welcome to the show. I don't know if I've had you today, but I'm trying to get you to weigh in. But let me ask you, because people are saying there is no coup, that is a distraction. My question is, if Shore is the one planning this protest for Monday, and Shore is the one, his media outlets, Sahara Reporters, is the one reporting, don't you think that it probably should have crossed their mind that, oh, this source that is telling us this story, is it trying to distract us from our own campaign, his own campaign? Do you think that they probably did not think about this when they published this story?
If there was no coup, Sahara Reporter would not say there was a coup. That's one thing for sure. And if they want to distract people, it's not through Sahara reporters that they would distract people. It can be used. They have power over other channels to use, not Sahara reporter. So I believe if there was not, the simple way. And if you go and look at many years from Sanusi time, that Nigerian journalists or Nigerian media, social media do not cover so many things that Sahara reporter have reported in the past come to be the truth. And one thing you should know is that they are bold in telling or report what other media we shy away from. So if there was no coup, then there will no Sahara reporter will not say there was one. And another thing is that what will benefit them in this upcoming march to Aso Rock organizing by Sowore, if they say that there was a coup and there was no coup, or why do they say there was a coup to distract them from that? So I don't see the line that is playing. And Tinubu going around while they say there was a coup is the way to minimize it. Is the way to say that we are in control. That is the way. That is how you have a united front. You know something is going on, but you want to play that psychological warfare on the people that, hey, if like now we're commenting that, oh, that was going on, why is he going to the east and all? Why did he go to visit Professor Wole Soyinka and the rest of them? Those are just to have a united front. That's what it means in leadership, even when you know something is not right. So definitely, I'm sure there was a coup, and we'll hear more of it. And what source again? They already tell you that the name of the people involved in it, and we'll hear more of it. Government, this is not to their own advantage to promote it or to silence it. So they would prefer to silence it. So the other media couldn't carry it because some of them, they are controlled by them. But in the nearest days to come, few days to come, we'll be more clear about who and who are involved in it. And the notion school can be plotted without capturing the major city. What you are focusing is the people that you are targeting. Once you have uh, those in your control, it doesn't matter. It's to access the room. Gideon Oka, what caused his failure is that those that are involved in the coup already leaked it before the time. So it was hasty enough to do, you know what, if I do not make any attempt, I'm going to be crushed anyway. So it's better I make attempt. If I'm crushed, I'm crushed, but I will make an attempt. So he drove all the way to from instead of flying or do anything because he knows it's out there. And if you are talking about those major city involved, major command, all those things, that's not their target. Their target is the head. Once you get the head in order, then you are able to capture you can only capture one place and you are okay. Once the other people surrender and they comply, because you give order from the command, from the which is now you see that the person they are measuring is to the security advisor to the nation. So that's all you need. If you get those in place, you don't need to have all the other places, JIG, the places in order. But we'll hear more of it later. And good luck to Nigeria. And it's not a distraction like what is going on in Nigeria. The American thing that they are promoting, so there's a genocide and they are doing it to cover. For what does it cover? How does that one add up? That is because of that they will come up. What concerns Sahara reporters with to cover up that? Okay, let's be talking about coup. And let's not talking about a reporter about the genocide, who so-called genocide or American interferences in our political place. That I'm an old man. I don't really like to hear bell. I think I was going to say so. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Janaba. Uche, welcome to the show.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Am I coming clear?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Rudolph, Ekelem Gimbadoma. Yeah, I always appreciate your effort, this in this kind of job. So I greet everyone this evening. Truly speaking, I will speak I will head on only the issue of Nnamdi Kanu because I'm a man that loves freedom. Freedom is something.
Uche, hold on. If it's about Nnamdi Kanu, that will be the next topic. So let's take.
Okay. Let me. It's like are we just touching maybe some area you didn't touch?
No, we're talking about the coup, the allegation, the news report.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. The issue of coup, I think is It's a distraction. All of us have seen it. It's a distraction. I will call it no other thing. But to have a coup in Nigeria, is it possible? The answer is yes. Because so-called Mr. Tinubu and with his gang ruling Nigeria, maybe trying to put all the Yoruba people everywhere. The man arranging this protest about a few months in the car, he's a Yoruba man. He's a Yoruba man. So if he's a Yoruba man and the Yoruba man is leading Nigeria, it's possible to have a coup. So people should not see the coup like it's only military will have the coup. A military can be a head for the coup based on. Do we forget to have Boko Haram in Nigeria? Do we forget about we have other armed militia? They are around. Such thing can. In fact, let me not reveal because this government needs something to hurt them. I must say, this government, because they think, listen, let me tell us something. This government, they have criminal mind ruling Nigeria. The reason why I want to touch this is because they have people organized, brilliant, listen, giving them how to rule Nigeria secretly. Like when you go to a company have some people, listen, telling them like doing research, deep research, how to upgrade the company, what to do this company to come down, this company to come down. This government have such a thing. How to make sure that silent everybody. What can we do? So coup is possible. Anybody saying that coup is not possible, Tinubu have put his people all over. It's possible. But let's not talk about that. It's not it's a distraction. Even I don't want to talk about it, but I want to say that coup is possible in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. You guys can. I hope you guys are paying attention. John Abba spoke like someone who knew about tools, coups, and how it's done. Other people are speaking from their own perspective in terms of. John Abba, I'll bring you back later so that you can give us more insight. Titi, welcome to the show.
Welcome, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, how are you?
Fine.
Okay.
I greet everybody in the house. I greet Ofe, and my brother Jago. What's his name? No, we are from the same tribe. That's why I'm greeting him specially.
Oh, okay. But yes, Jagon is not here. I don't think so.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a friend of you, Dr. Rudolph. I live in Tokyo, Japan, and one of your friends we work together here.
Okay.
Jonathan is the owner of where I work. He's my boss.
Okay.
Yes.
Nice to have you.
Yes. I've been with your program for a long time, but today is the first day we
decided to.
I don't know. Yes, I don't know anything about coup that happened in Nigeria. The only thing
Do you want coups? Do you want a military takeover?
Anything can happen in Nigeria.
No. Do you want it?
No.
Why?
It's not. You know Abacha time now. The military, according to philosophy, they said the worst civilian regime is the best of the military regime. You understand by what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hello? You know, this is democracy. Tinubu is not good. Buhari is not good. People can talk. You understand? When it is military, it's decree. Everybody will run away. They will be killing people. They will be doing it. We don't need military regime in Nigeria. We don't need coup. That's it.
Thank you, Tisi. Is there anybody I missed down who has been here who didn't weigh in before I go to the
Yes, well, let's go. You missed me, and Kolala.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. All right. Let's go to Femi, and then I know I've been in and out, so go ahead, Femi.
Okay. So I am beginning to become your disciple, Dr. Damages. I've learned well from you. So if Sahara Reporters reports it, I don't necessarily have to believe it. I'll go to my AP or Reuters, among others, or even BBC, because somehow they seem to always know when certain things happen in Nigeria. And up until this moment, I've checked Reuters, I've checked AP, I've not seen anything. Is it possible? It's possible, it's plausible. However, something I just wanted to add, because I really don't, I'm beginning to get to a point where if it's something I don't really have too much to contribute to, I don't want to say too much. Now, I'm going to just underline the last part of what I'm going to say by conversations I typically would have with an uncle of mine who's a retired air vice marshal, which is equivalent to major general in the army. And sometime last year, I don't know if you remember, this is not the first time they're reporting a coup attempt under Tinubu. You remember, I don't know if you recall that something like that came up sometime last year as well.
I think
now,
so. Yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. Now, but so there's always going to be that rumor. I think it's ever since the return to democracy, it's been reported like that. And I also recall that there was a time a couple of years ago that Obasanjo, they had actually asked Obasanjo, how come there's not been any coup since we returned to democracy? And you know, Obasanjo in his typical way, braggadocious way, what he said was that one of the first things he did when he came to power in 1999 was to get a list of anybody that may have ever contributed, been part of a coup in the past, whether they were forgiven or not, but were still part of the military, and he retired them as if that was going to be a solution. And maybe also, like someone has alluded to earlier, it's possible that what's going on now with respect to the planned protests might also be because Nigeria is a place where you just never know. But one last thing before I let go. I did a quick look through because I've never heard of the fact that Yorubas dominate the divisions. So I had to do a quick reminder for myself. So I did a quick fact check myself, and when I went through the major divisions, because you know in the army you have the major divisions, you have the battalions and the brigades and what have you, and I see what appears to be, at least from the point of view of the major divisions that I've run through so far, right from the 1st to the 2nd to the 81st to the 82nd divisions, as spiritual as they are. And I have not seen anywhere where you have more than 2 Yorubas, for example. I mean, I may be wrong. I'm just saying this because I was just interested when I heard that, because it's the first time I'm hearing that, not because of any other thing. I'll end it that way.
All right, thank you, Femi. Ikolola, you're next.
Oh, thank you again, Dr. Damages. I'm going to be very quick. First of all, I hope there is no coup. I hope we go on the way it is. There will be ups and downs. It's a sine curve. There will be ups and downs, and someday one good person will come in that would have the heart to look into the plights of Nigerians and try to change things. But also, I want to say we always forget history. For some people to think that it's a rumor and it cannot happen because somebody has placed some people somewhere, and which Femi has luckily debunked. You know, let me remind you of Kabore of Burkina Faso. You know, he thought he's got Burkina Faso in his hands, and the French were behind him. But when the military struck, it was like a mirage to him. And the same thing happened to the man in Gabon. So you can't hold the place down. A country is bigger than one man. So when they think they've held it down, it cannot happen. There's somebody somewhere who has something to benefit. No matter how much you give to him, he still thinks for him being on the seat is better than taking from you. So that's what I just wanted to add.
All right, thank you. Dexter, you're the last on this topic, and then we go to Nnamdi
Kanu. Thank you, Dr. Damages, and everybody on the show. Whether there's coup or there's no coup, well, I think that's just a product of bad governance. You know, that's the summary of it. You say the idea of whether there's a coup, there's no coup, all that. Secondly,
it's difficult to trust these governments because they've not made themselves trustworthy. You know, they're a government that spew propaganda. You know, this is more like, you know, children, you went to school, you didn't actually pass any exam, you actually copied somebody, you know, to get through to school. So by the time they give you anything, you have to throw up stories because you really can't solve anything. However, I think the biggest betrayers of Nigeria, Dr. Damages, are people like you and I, and many of us on this panel, many of all of us here, are the biggest betrayers of Nigeria. Maybe not my generation, but in fact my generation and the generations before. Why will I say that? It is good people that go and serve evil people in Nigeria. We have no value system. You will have a corrupt leader. You know he's a corrupt leader. Typical example, Osibanjo. He knew that Tinubu, was it not Khalifa Wemi that was laying out Tinubu's this thing? Osibanjo agreed to become Attorney General of the state. Why can't we have good people that say, oh God, sorry, we know you're bad, we can't. That is the difference between you. People say, no, can't do this. Good people insert them. Let me give you an example. Lateef Fagbemi, the new Attorney General of the Federation. Look at these shenanigans that is happening. You are granting pardon to criminals. And then you come to say, oh, we are going to, good people become puppets for bad men. That is one of the biggest problems we have in Africa. A good man, Mahmoud, first class, came into power. You couldn't stand your ground if not for that woman in Abia State that was able to stand her ground and say, no, I will not be a puppet master. I will not be a puppet to you guys. Would Abia State be experiencing what it is today? So that is the bane of, in fact, many of us on this panel, like the man that his governor said, your hat, if you are not wearing this cap, don't come here. I can assure you that if the governor calls that man and say, come and save me, he will become a puppet. But
yes, so I beg you, I'm waiting for the call. No square my run.
That is the point I'm making. Many of us here, if people call us and say, come on, we will just run and we start blowing. Daniel Bwala will be a Red Omokri, be a child's play. And that is where the problem of the African man comes from. We can't see beyond our nose. The moment they offer you your own resources, it gets me. I feel pained for the people in Nigeria Delta. Your own resources, your own, they will carry it away, and then they will bring change for you, and you will start fighting. You will start fighting for your change, for what is your property. The African, there's emancipate. I think what is the Bob Marley? We need to emancipate our minds. Our minds are captivated, and unfortunately, you have people here that want that captivity to continue because they are getting chicken change. They are getting chicken change. When the emancipation, we don't want it. We want to. And so you cannot even blame the Europeans when they look at us. What are these people doing? They don't look at us. Who are these? You know what? Europeans were fighting themselves. At the point, they say, no, let's stop fighting ourselves. Let's die. No, let's go to that place. And those people are animals. They ain't got any sense. And we just prove them right. Bola Tinubu is playing kalo with us, and you have good men, and we go and say, yes, sir. Yeah, and who did this to us? Who did this to us? Then I'll end there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Just 30 seconds, Rudolph. I made an assertion earlier, and I want to stand by that. If in the Nigerian army, the Nigerian military totally, the Nigerian military is led by the army. So irrespective of what you are, whether you are the CO, what they call it, the course now, that's the chief of army staff command, so chief of staff commanding the armed forces. You don't have any troop under you. In the army, if you don't have any troop under you, like you're a sitting duck, no matter how many rank you are wearing, you are nothing. That's one. Two, the chief of army staff controls all the army. Whether you are in the Air Force or you are in the Navy, you defer to the chief of army staff. Even in the place of ranking, you defer to the person who is leading the army. That's two. Secondly, somebody earlier said that you cannot take over the army without. No. You can take over the army, and a small group will stop you. If you go back to history, it was Ojukwu that stopped the Nzogu coup from Kanu. It wasn't even in the place of this thing. If you go back again, you find out it was Abacha that stopped the Buhari overthrow because they couldn't secure that barracks. It was from that barracks that Abacha mobilized to take over the already whatever they have captured. Okay, and their inability to stop the radio stations from broadcasting that the coup has failed. I don't know what people are saying, but anyway, at least it's an area I know, and I've just said that if there is a coup, and I'm not saying it couldn't have been a sell, it could be anything. We are journalists. Somebody can start to give you a story to sell, to publish. You may not know whether it is true or false. If Rudolph's son comes to give me an information about Rudolph, am I going to go and ask whether it is true? I'll probably publish it, only to discover it may not be true. So this is how sometimes it is. So, but let's see as the days go by, and just like somebody made an assertion earlier, we have not seen it on any major news outing in the world. Just like we didn't see the death of Buhari in any major outing in the world. So we begin to doubt whether it is true. This is how we fast check. So this is the truth. Thank you.
All right. Let me point out that the standard in journalism is that if you got a story, a source telling you something, you have to confirm with another source. I want to believe that they confirm with a second source before they publish. So it wouldn't be that somebody told them something and they just ran out and published it. So that's the standard.
It's the first time they're publishing that's not true. They published a story on Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala that was never true. I'm not trying to.
No, I'm not. KJ, I'm not criticizing you. KJ, I'm not criticizing you. I'm saying that is the standard. You can have up to 10 sources that will be wrong. Okay? So it happens, even for New York Times. You can have up to 10 different sources that will tell you something that is wrong. But I'm just saying that.
Dr. Dameji, it doesn't necessarily mean that the information is wrong. It could just be based on another thing. Of course, you will find out that some officers are arrested, maybe based on any other offenses, right? But again, to generate interest in the story, just like what I said, to prop up, they will phrase it that way. Again, that doesn't mean it's not a real event. There's a real event happening. It means that military men are arrested. Right?
Okay, yeah, and let me also say, hold on over here. Let me also say that the fact that it's a platform that publishes a story, it has to come out from one first, in most cases, if it's exclusive. But what is happening, I can tell you that all the newsrooms in Nigeria today are looking at that story. Can they confirm it? Can they find other stories ahead of that? And you can don't be surprised tomorrow you find People's Gazette, Premium Times, and Punch all carrying the story. And I started this conversation by talking about what happened with Edu, Wale Edu, the Minister for Finance. Sahara was the first person, the media outlet that published the story, and everybody denounced it. But before 2 days, 3 days, we are seeing pictures of him in the UK. The traditional media all followed the story, saying, okay, he was sick now, he's on vacation, or he's...
But if the language of the story is all the same across the airline, then something is to be worried about.
All right. Let me just, before we go to the next topic, there's something that I think it was Dexter.
Before we begin, this could have not happened if we do not have a responsible president. We have done so many elections here. The major problem we had was the president is not with us. Am I lying? Am I lying? No. What do you say to us, Adeyanju? Let me tell you first, before we begin. You see this cap? Yes. I will not forgive any commissioner that is not wearing it. In ESCO, if you are not wearing suit, and you are wearing traditional dress, and you are coming to ESCO without this Adeyanju cap, you are going back.
All right, that's obvious governor reminding us of his commissioners, how they should behave and dress. So you wonder why some people might not be happy with, if you think this is what the best we can do for Africa, the biggest, most populous African country in the world, and this is governance. All right, so let's move on and go to the next topic. I'm sorry, those at the back end, I see you, is really...
Doctor, that's not governance. That's not governance. That's propaganda.
Okay.
And it works like a charm all the time. Especially when it's coming from an illiterate governor. It works like a charm.
All right.
So I am disappointed in him for one obvious reason.
All right,
If to say na me, I go take am better.
you're distracting us. Let's move on to the next.
Doctor, please, just 1 minute, okay.
Our job is very straightforward. We are helping them to help themselves. This is a problem that has lingered for 10 years. The unjust, unlawful, illegal, and the kidnapping of our brother from Kenya by international kidnappers yet to be identified, who brought him to Nigeria for this illegal trial. Yesterday, they called me through one of my sources that Sowore, why are you fighting for Nnamdi Kanu? He's on trial. Let us finish the trial first before we can talk about releasing him. And the simple question I ask is, what are you trying him for? No answer. Because what you are trying him for has been discontinued by the Court of Appeal. It was discharged and acquitted. This is
All right, the trial of Nnamdi Kanu, the campaign to have people march to Aso Rock on Monday. The police issued a statement saying, or courts are issuing statements saying they shouldn't go. Different courts, different statements. So we don't know what will happen on Monday, but according to Sowore and people around him, they are still going to hit the streets of Nigeria to protest. All right, let me hear from you guys what you think of that, what you make of what will happen on Monday in Nigeria. Let me start with someone who, let me bring in people who are at the back end. Sorry, guys, there's so many people at the back end. I don't know how to do this. All right, let me start with you. Ikolola, go ahead. Okay.
I was volunteering to let you bring people in, but since you've given me the platform to speak, let me quickly just say about something about Nnamdi Kanu and Sowore. Well, the man has said it right there. It's injustice, you know, and it's not because I have anything for or against Mr. Nnamdi Kanu. You know, in fact, when he started, I didn't really know who the guy was. Some people still try to make me go and listen to some of his broadcasts to know who he is. But injustice is injustice. And if we are looking for progress, we should always stand for justice. Because, like I said, I hope there's no military coup. So let it go up, let it come down. Because if it was the military, they're not talking of, there's no court of law for you to go to. You know, so let it go up, let it come down. Let us start keep making that progress. One day we would get to the promised land. No country was perfect in 65 years, you know. So whether we are 70 now, I don't know, but it's a way forward. If as long as we keep turning out one particular democratic government after the other, yes, you have some bad eggs. Even in class, right from your primary one, there were some dullards in class. There's nothing you can do about it. So there will be dullards anyway. And hopefully we would get the right heads in place as it is. So please put some other people who want to. And thank you everyone for sharing the evening. Hopefully I'll be listening at the back. And if I hear something that's not right, be sure I'll be back next weekend to question.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Mr. James, you are next.
I'm sorry.
James, go ahead.
I said, I'm sorry. I don't have much to say on this matter. Take me to the backstage.
You don't have much to say? Well, let me ask you. What do you expect to happen on Monday?
Yeah,
or you don't care?
Not that people will come out, they will demonstrate, particularly in the southern states. But in the northern states, I am in doubt if the turnout will be impressive. Sowore and his guys, they've been going around talking to people. They're doing their groundwork, actually. I saw a video clip of them talking to some market people in Abuja and also the Jaw people in the southern, in South. They are doing some groundwork. And the military is, the security officials, they are not at ease. maybe on instructions anyway. So that's just it.
All right. Thank you, James. Paul.
Take me to the backstage, please.
All right. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, doctor. To some extent, I will say from a bit a different angle, a little bit. To some extent, I see this government to some extent, they are doubting themselves, like maybe Shore might be a CIA agent. You understand? And the government, to some extent, they know that they are losing relationship with the US. So I will use this thing to like crop up my information more, how they will handle it. Because if they are scared with the US government and they are seeing Shore to be a CIA agent, they might trade it with caution. Maybe punish people from far, but not do the front burner, because they know that if they do this man anything, it might also affect them in this time that they know that they are losing relationship with the US. I want to see it in that angle, but until it happens. But I know to some extent the government is panic and every other thing. Then I'll go deep with the Nnamdi Kanu himself, with the medical board, the NMA and every other thing. Doctor is just a laughing stock. Sometimes when I look my wife, when I look some of my siblings, I just shake my head. You know, when a doctor will behave like a roadside mechanic, you understand? Some of the things that make roadside mechanic don't work very well because they don't have any tools to work. If my car broke down on the road and there's no tools to work, what do you expect the mechanic to do? Nothing. You understand? How do you say you perform some tests and every other thing? You didn't run anything. You didn't tell us that this guy went for MRI test, X-ray test, anything. You didn't perform anything. You just look a man in his face because the man can walk to the hospital, which means the man is okay. It's just funny. I went to go do my routine check with my doctor about 2 months ago. I was shocked, as skinny as I can be. You understand? The doctor said the level of my calories is too much. I should stay away from red meat, stay away from meat. Me, where meat don't even dey my body. This is how funny it can be. But thank God that I did the check, because my wife is literally killing me with meat so that I can gain some weight. You understand? Unknowingly that I'm eating my poison slowly and it's sticking on my body. But my routine check that I perform helped me now to understand that now make I eat meat like my papa no get money. Make I chop one meat now. These are the thing. How do you perform all this type of thing? Doctor, it is laughable from the government. You understand? Then with the judge that is saying all those things, people should learn to be an upright people. You understand? Take yourself from this case and everything. Look, if I'm a judge, I'll just exempt myself from the case, because we know that the government is controlling these people. And everything, we know the government is controlling these people. And I will tell you, Shore is doing a very, very great work. And no matter how people want to blame Shore, it's just like the Israel-Gaza thing and the likes. People will say, oh, don't do this, don't protest, don't do this. What do you expect these people to do? They shouldn't do anything? Is it that the soldiers that can't do their work, or is it that the DSS that can't do anything? I'm watching EFCC documentary the other day. Everybody they portray there are Yahoo boys. And these are the people that is making our economy grow. These guys made the hotel work. These guys are building houses. All this money are not coming from Nigeria. The people who make our country not work is the people who is stealing our hard-earned resources in Nigeria. Not one of them EFCC put there. You understand? That is the type of people that we are. And I'm so ashamed of the government. I will continue to criticize the government. And I will tell you anytime, any day, I give it to Showore. That man is trying. I don't know where that man gather his strength from, but one thing I can say very well, I know Showore read wide. And he understand the game very well. You understand the lives of Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and every other thing. Some of us may be scared. You understand? Like, for example, say somebody like Forefather. It's like an enigma. Nobody knows where he's from. Nobody knows anything. But not for Showore. So he's ready for anything that will happen to him. He's more than ready for that. He's just doing a great job. We can never run a nation like that. We can never run a committee like that. What Tinubu is doing, it's just laughable. Some people say, oh, some Igbo governors is talking to him not to release the people. Why are you making yourself the slave goat and every other thing. Why are you making yourself? At the end of the day, Tinubu don't need to go to TB Joshua or Yakilome to know that at the end of the day, the Igbo people will not vote for him. If he will get any vote from that region, he will only forcefully rig it. He know at the end of the day. So saying that I want to make all these friends with these people so that I can gain favor there by so doing, some people will tell him, don't release Nnamdi Kanu. That's laughable. Like his so-called collateral, they will say. They say to know is smart with the game. If you are smart with the game, why are you playing this kind of dirty game? Making yourself bad, they're damaging, destroying Igbo people's properties in Southwest and the likes, doing all this nonsense. You understand? Why not just release this guy and let him go? You understand? Leave Showore alone. You understand? One of the way, doctors, sorry, I'll stop now. When Martin Luther King was doing everything, he was going to Alabama. One of the time was going to Alabama. The police chief understand that Martin Luther King wants the fame. The guy literally protect Martin Luther King. No riots, no nothing. You understand? Martin Luther King come, talk. They keep him silent. He just went peacefully. He didn't look like Martin Luther King went to Montgomery. You understand? These are the things. But when you pack all these soldiers that can't fight what you call, whether you call it bandit, whether you call it Boko Haram, whether you call it nomadic or whatever, that can't fight anybody, your DSS that can't fight anybody, neither you give them microphone and the like, it's just shameful. It's just shameful. We are a laughing stock. That's my take.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Let's go to comparable facts.
So what's happening on Monday, which is in 2 days, is an unconditional release of Nnamdi Kanu. It's a tall order, but it's a good ask in my own opinion. Some people are claiming that Sowore is playing politics. Why not? It's pure politics. Whether he's playing politics or not politics, he's doing the just cause, in my own opinion. I mean, in any kind of politics, in anywhere, there's an interest that is involved. So let it be. But the problem I have is the start governance. I don't expect any one of them to participate. I mean, they can be saying they've been asking for Nnamdi Kanu release. You know, I've not seen any credible, force that say they are doing that. Maybe they are scared of who Nnamdi Kanu is. But in my own opinion, Tinubu should do the right thing. All this legal process they're taking is not gonna release Nnamdi Kanu. Every time they come to a certain stage, they shift the goalpost to something different. So it has to take the political way to release him. That's the only thing. But I don't know why he doesn't want to. Neither the Southeastern governors, which I don't have any credible fact about what I'm saying. Don't want Nnamdi Kanu to release, or the Northerners, the Northern governors, so people, they don't want Nnamdi Kanu to release. So he's covering to them. So it's a lot of variable, when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu release. But I hope one thing that the protest will do, it will garner, international attention. It garner the whole nation attention. Not just the nation, because many news cycles in the United States are carrying it in British and something like that. So we see how that will work out, whether it's for good or for bad. But it's a good thing in my own opinion that he's doing. So you may call it what you want. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Comparable facts. Let me point out that P2B was asked that question recently. I don't know where he was, about what he thought about the protest that will happen on Monday, and this is what P2B said to the media. Let's watch.
The plan by Sowore to organize a free Nnamdi Kanu protest this week. I don't know if you are in tune with that arrangement.
Well, let me tell you, I've always been consistent on Nnamdi Kanu's flights. There was no need for the arrest in the first place. And I've always said that for me, and discuss with anybody who, I said it clearly, and I meant there. And I thank those who actually trying to do with what I'm saying for a long time.
All right, the connection, the video wasn't very good, but he said exactly that he is He's been consistent that he was of the opinion that Nnamdi should have been left. He didn't say he would be there. There was a leader of the Nigerian Students Association, one article, somebody, Nance, he made a video essentially supporting the release of Nnamdi Kanu. So let's see a little bit of that.
Good afternoon, Nigerians. My name is Comrade Atiku Issa, the National President of NANS. I'm here to address you today on the planned protest for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. As the National President of NANS, on the day of my inauguration, some touts led by Olugbenga Adeyeye, Olushola Ladoja, Lukman Salahuddin, Babatunde Akinteye, known as Bapti, came with machetes and took me away. And I was later arrested by the Department of State Services. While in their custody, I stayed close to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And I realized that he is a man of great passion and love for all Nigerians, irrespective of where you come from. He helped me while I was in detention, gave me valuable advice, and stood by me. And today, I am a free man. Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is somebody I know very well. He has been unlawfully detained by the government because he hates injustice. And we must stand with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I urge all Nigerians to come out on the 20th of October to protest and ensure that he is released.
That's NAN's president speaking there. Let me go back to our panel. Ovie, the next.
As with the adopted Monday Paulo as our political godfather, we, because of our education is not up to par, we rely on the educated folks to help, not just to navigate the system that was built to put us out, but to also help us rig election. But in most time, we also help solicit their help to help us interpret the legal system. That's why I came here. I remember I came here when Nnamdi Kanu case was, they wanted to start them again. And I came here, I asked, I beg, how can I make it make sense to me? Like, what's going on? They say, oh yeah, that's a legal way. Once they transferred, whatever, they have to start afresh again. I was like, okay. But if that is the case, then what is this about? The best microphone Nnamdi Kanu has had since he day inside jail. Now Simeon Ekpa. Since that guy is no longer in the picture, it's an avenue to politicians to devour. And that's exactly what is happening. That's nothing to do with Nnamdi Kanu say they go free him just because she will recall for protests. I mean, let's be real. We are all Nigerians. That's not going to happen. But again, Nnamdi Kanu deserves every publicity at this point. It deserves it. But that's by the side. But let us not deceive ourselves that Sowore is not a man that have $1 billion dream, which is to sit in Asu Rock. And there's nothing wrong with that. And since he doesn't have the money, as our people say, there are many roads to the market. So this is a stunt of all level. I mean, for me, in our beer parlor political understanding, we call him a necessary distraction. And people like him flourish because there is a vacuum. When I was an opportunity to be in front of Obi in Harvard a couple of years ago, I asked him, I remember the words I used carefully. You are the father of Nigerian youth. And he did not deny it. He accepted it graciously. But if you are the father of Nigerian youth, that space has been vacant. Nobody is educating there. Politically, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see any organizing going on. there are mobilization that I cannot deny, but that's a different ball game if you actually want to change things. That's the the Nigerian youth space has been vacant by every standard. So anybody will come and will take advantage of that space, and that's what you are seeing. As I said, I am not, pushing him to the God above because of that. Maybe I will do the same thing. But another point to this that it's about Obi. If you listen to the way they frame the question and his response, you understand that he too understand the game at play. And I said it last week. Either Obi come out, he no come out. I will stand to see that if he's not still going to dominate the airline, it's not going to be about him. If he come out, they will use it against him. If you no come out, they will use it against him. The game is on. Dr. Lamiji, if you remember clearly, I think a couple of months ago I said it, that all harm will be him against him. He is the target come 2027, not because he's going to win, but if he keep going the way it's going, how do you take him out 2031? So that is also to the political side. But I refuse to disagree that this is not just an attempt, not just to take advantage of the youth space, but to launch in campaign the presidential ambition of 2027. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe if I'm in that position, I will take advantage of any necessary space that is there, and I will give it to him. But I don't think he will be successful. That's a different conversation entirely.
All right, thank you, Ovia. Janaba, what's your view on Shore's move tomorrow? No, not tomorrow, Monday, to lead a protest to Aso Rock?
I mean, it's a good political strategy. I don't have a doubt that Sore genuinely care about Nandi. He have said it several times on many interviews that he know him in person. I met in New York years ago. He's genuinely intervening, and those that believe that he's an opportunist, well, is politics. He will not take that out of it as well. But I think is genuinely want it now. The other side of it is that it's good for his politics and also make himself popular among the Igbos, that this is the vacuum that's being created. The Igbo elite and the politicians that they are not there. Now he occupied that place. He see that opportunity, and is now making a wave with it. On Monday, what will be outcome is that they will shut so many places down to make sure that it didn't happen. But trust me, Sowore will be out there. Come what may. The worst case scenario, they arrest him, but he will be there. How many people will go with him? To is what we don't know. How many people will come out is what we don't know. And then it's good for all of us to keep pushing. Even when somebody, in your own opinion, you do not like whatever he has done, it's good to have a fair hearing. And that is not what has been happening. So it's a vacuum that took so reoccupy for good. And we see after Monday the 20th, what next? Even if he's arrested or many will be arrested, the protesters where what will be the outcome after 20? That's not going to be the last day. How will it resonate with the external youth who are now so sorry is their guy, because this is what many of their leaders could not dare to do, and they will have their own explanation. We are working behind the scene. We are not. That's not the way we want to go about it. That is the clash that we have between them and their own people. But as far as Sowore is concerned, is taking advantage in a good way, whether for the good of Nnamdi and to also make how vulnerable the Igbo politicians will look like.
All right.
Well, having said that, I've read up. Your mom, Peter, is getting old. On the interview, it's all gray hair. I don't know. I should tell him to take it easy.
All right, Janava, thank you. Mazapara, before we come to you, I just want to point out that a group known as the Ohanese Igbo Youths Council, I don't know them, but they issued a statement telling all Igbo people to close their markets worldwide or what, everywhere to attend the protest. All right, Mazi Alpara, you're next. We can hear you. Can you unmute yourself? Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu's ordeal is very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate if you are an Igbo man particularly and lovers of justice. You just have mercy for that young man. Because his trial is, for me now, I think I've started believing that his trial is no more trial but persecution, as his lawyers do say. Because this last court appearance, if you look very, very carefully, you see that his tummy is even swollen more than, because I saw him last time. I saw him this week. You saw the tummy is growing very, very big, and this is somebody who is a very tiny man, and you see his tummy growing. Nigerian Medical Association was ordered to do run a test on Nnamdi Kanu. They did not do it. What they gave to the prosecution and the Attorney General was the one they did even before the judge ordered them to conduct a test on Nnamdi Kanu. That is what the lawyer said. They brought a previous test they did on Nnamdi Kanu and submitted it to the Attorney General, not even to the Council of Nnamdi Kanu. How is that justice? Even here we live, where you live there, here in Germany, if a dog is sick, you will take that dog to the veterinary doctor. Otherwise, you will be arrested. A cat here, if a cat is sick, if a cat owner, a pet owner, and you allow that pet to die, maybe out of starvation or out of disease, you'll be arrested. And we're talking about a human being who has been in your custody for 4.5 years, and you are refusing him medical attention. Nnamdi Kanu is not telling you, take me to UK or take me to Germany or to America. Nnamdi Kanu is telling you, take me to a private hospital or a government hospital in Abuja outside DSS doctor. Let them examine me. And they're refusing. What is wrong with these people? That is why when I talk about black people, in the Shoji, we have problem. We are not intelligent enough to see the danger of thinking what is happening. No, honestly, let us say the truth. Don't, Dr. Rudolph, you are shaking. We are not intelligent enough. It's the Wahrheit. It's the truth. It's truth, but you guys who are intelligent,
don't say I, don't use the word we. Say I am not intelligent enough.
Yeah, you are not. You are not. Because that's why we see. That is why you see trouble, and you won't do it. You like trouble to come to you. What is the problem? Why are they refusing Nnamdi Kanu to medical attention? What? Because they are looking for trouble. That is the problem. Why are they doing this to this young man who is not running away from you? Who is not telling you, take me to doctor, please take me to a UK? No, he's telling you, take me to Abuja hospital, and you are dragging him. If Nnamdi Kanu is guilty, my friend, then jail him. Prosecute him, jail him, and put him in a jail, and let's carry on. Why 4.5 years you are still dragging this man, dragging him here and there, and you tell me that we black people were intelligent? We're not. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just use it.
Doctor, please, I would like to leave now, but I will join later. But please, however, let me say one thing. In Nigeria, the state that have the highest skit maker in Nigeria is Edo State. And nearly 90% of these guys in Edo State, they always call the governor of Edo State, Okpebolo, I give you 24 hours. I give you 24 hours. If one man called Ovie can fight for Okpebolo, let us give it to Ovie. Let us clap for Ovie. Ovie, you are doing a great work.
Thank you, my elder. When the elder speaks, everybody should listen.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you, Paul. Let me point out that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, for those who were not there at the beginning, we are having a guest who is Dr. Sam Amadi. He will answer these questions that we are talking about today, which is the Nnamdi Kanu situation, Governor Mbaz defecting to APC with the governor of Bayelsa State, and the election in Anambra State. So if you can join us tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. New York time, 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time, we will appreciate that. So let's go to Uche. Uche, welcome to the show. Uche,
Okay, Dr. Rudolph, am I coming clear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you once again. I think we are discussing the issue of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, a great man. The issue of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu has been a daily news. And I agree with the last speaker who talked about Ndishoji, black people. We are brilliant based on how we do things anywhere we decide. But in the issue of development is not only to build company or to have companies, or development in brain. We are never rich. Because I will say this, when Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was talking about the corruption in Nigeria, some people don't understand the reason why he was hitting the hammer on the nail about corruption. To the extent he called our own leaders who rule out is Naha Bundoshi. So, what I mean, Naha Bundoshi, if people don't understand the language, the Southeast politicians, they are criminals. And we don't understand. I have an argument yesterday in one platform they're the same discussing the issue of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. And I told them, somebody was raising an issue of zoo. I'm in Nigeria. Of course, all of us are Nigeria. But the issue of Biafra, some people, or majority of people believe the issue of Biafra will solve the problem of Igbo people. But when Mazen Nnamdi Kanu called Nigeria zoo, I know that I'm not a zoo. Do you know why? Because I have something here. When I see black, I call it black. When I see white, I call it white. And the people understand it. Many people understand it that way. A zoo is somebody, when he mentioned that, it's somebody like you see a bad thing and you are trying to make that bad thing to be good. How can it be possible? You saw black, call it black. No, you don't want to call it black. People have now understand that, listen, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu always topic is injustice against everyone in Nigeria. Down from Northern, he speak from there down to Southeast. That means we have to look into it. And all of us here agree in one thing, that Nigeria is not making well. Whether it will be good tomorrow or it will not be good. But we know that it's like, it look like it's impossible. Look at what I'm having here today. Look at what I'm having here. Rudolph, if you can permit me, look at it. I place this in more than 100 and something places in my region where I live today. free Nnamdi Kanu. The reason why I did it is that man need to be freed. It's not because of his Igbo man, but it's because when I was placing this in, some people stopped and asked me, white people, not black people. They know him. They discuss about him. They tell me about him. So why not we? Why not we? To understand that this is a real matter. Let me ask this question to all of us. Maybe you answer it individually on our own self. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu die in prison in this DSS, what do we think that will happen to Nigeria? And in Nigeria, many people are saying, no, we don't want to have Second World War. We don't have to have another war. The war we have already, we have never survived it. Let me tell us and remind the Nigerians something. The Igbos you know before is the same Igbo you know now. If you push them to war, they'll bounce back. And when they bounce back, it will be a disaster. Thank you so much. Let us join Mr. Showore tomorrow and next tomorrow Monday. Free Nnamdi Kanu to save Nigerian problem. Part of Nigerian problem today is Nnamdi Kanu. When they free him, they have resolved one problem, and they can face another problem to resolve it. Like this issue of Boko Haram and all this.
Thank you, Uche. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Let me point out that this not for today. We'll find time to discuss this. A lot of people have died fighting to prove that black people, that we have the same brain cells, that we are smart as any other people, and for black people to, on their own, put out messages that they are less than other people is really something that we should think about. I don't know what we tell our children if we create the impression that we are lower than other people. How would they survive in this world that is competitive? Anyway, it's something that we are going to discuss one day. This idea of following
Mr. Rudolph, 1 second, excuse me, Mr. Rudolph, 1 second. If when you look at the black people we are talking about today, a president in Africa will rule 40-something years. How can you tell us that the black man is doing the needful?
That doesn't.
Can the country hit the street and tell him enough is enough? Today is over. But the black people are there trying to make it. Whether God will come down from heaven and remove the man from the seat.
Uche, thank you. We will get to that conversation, because when you are expecting somebody to do something, maybe they are waiting for you to lead. Maybe the people in Cameroon, the people in Uganda are waiting for you to go there and lead them. Open their eyes. Let them know that this should not happen. That may be your role in life, and you don't see that. Femi, welcome to the show. And what is your take on Nnamdi Kanu and the protest tomorrow? A lot of people have said that. Where is Femi? Okay. A lot of people have said that the protest will not lead to any significant change, that it's not going to force the government to release Nnamdi Kanu. At the same time, the government is trying to find a way through the court system and through police edicts to stop the protests. What is your take?
In my opinion, I just feel that it's only adding more fire to the myriads of problems that we have ongoing. That's not taking away from the general insecurity that we should actually even be focusing on, amongst other myriads of problems. And I personally just feel that this government, which is a continuation of the Buhari government when it comes to a lot of issues, is not helping itself. Now, something that struck me was when it came up that they had agreed that the NMA constitutes a fact-finding committee to try to come up with the results as to whether it was actually unfit. Something I saw that was lost in translation in the midst of everything was the fact that actually a professor at the National Hospital had actually recommended that it be transferred to the National Hospital. I did not even know that until I think 2 days ago. That was even prior to when the Justice Omotoshona granted his lawyers the ability to be able to have a second opinion, just like you have in the journalistic example that you've given us in the past and even today. And I think it's just abhorrent to know on good authority that an actual second check was not done on him. Like, it's almost as though all they did was just take a look at him and just declare that it was fit to stand trial. And I find it interesting. One point I just want to make before I end on this, because there's not too much to say. I mean, even the thing don't tire me myself. Is God forbid, peradventure. I know some people might depend, because everything in Nigeria is tribalistic and this, which is understandable. If anything happens to this guy, well, we can only hope for the best. Just to add, doctor, real quick. Again, I went to do another check and I saw Punch reporting that the Department of DHQ, whatever they're called, are reporting that it's a lie, that there's no phantom coup. And maybe also to quickly add, I know it's not, because Nigeria, while I know they finish. Something I forgot to add earlier when you were asking if we had any other thing to add to, what was it called? Remember, the government has now decided on behalf of the senator that was recalled, that was allowed to eventually come back. They had I don't know how it works. Someone needs to educate, because I'm going crazy now. How is it that the federal government is now deciding to sue another senator, Senator Inwe Yomi, whatever she's called, for the kind of things that she said about Natasha? Some things, Nigeria matter sometimes is somehow. There's some kind of abracadabra that I don't understand. I'm looking for someone that can explain some things to me. So and then of course, on one last thing, I'm sorry, Dexter. I just saw something. I don't know if you saw it in Punch. It just came out this morning as well, about Yaya Bello, who is supposed, I don't know how that guy is still out there, who's busy campaigning for Tinubu and the governor of Kogi State, endorsing them, and actually describing Tinubu as God sent. And guess which TV station carried it? TVC. I just want to keep it at that. If we're not ready, but anyway, that's just it. I found it interesting.
Okay, thank you so much. Talking about other stories in the news, I forgot Tom Polo donated 10 billion. Was I the only one that read that? 10 billion naira to some funding in Delta State, which will be quite interesting to watch. All right, Dexter, welcome. We're talking about Nnamdi Kanu, what might happen on Monday, the motivation for those that are joining, and motivation for those that are not joining. What is your take?
Thank you, Dr. Damage. I think we should go and watch Governor Amuneke. I think that's what will happen. If you follow Governor Amuneke, you will know what will happen. So this government is going to arrange their own side of the. We have to realize these people these are the height of crooks. You can be sure that thing that Showore wants to do will be hijacked. And that is truth. It's going to be hijacked. They are going to insert their own people. They are going to spin proper. Look, they are not really interested in solving the problem. So unfortunately, that's the leadership we have. And the people, I think there's this guy that does, I've forgotten the name, in Lagos. It's a radio show. Is it FM something? What's his name? Deji or something. So when he was saying something like, we deserve what we've got. You understand? We've chosen this leadership. We chose it, but the signs were there, but we decided to be blind. We decided to think in the wrong way to go about it. So I don't expect anything from that Showore's this thing. That's the truth. I don't expect anything to come out of it. What Showore is doing, I support it 100%. I support what Showore is doing. Yes, maybe a protest, whatever it is, but really have the desired outcome. I absolutely doubt. I think that these guys are going to impute their own agenda in it. That's what I expect. On the case of Nnamdi Kanu, it's clear. anybody that cannot say that Nnamdi Kanu needs to be released, then I don't know what you are complaining about happening in Gaza. You know, that's the hypocrisy of Nigerians, is that we don't realize that you can't be speaking injustice in one place and you're asking about justice in another place. It doesn't work. There's no reason to hold Nnamdi Kanu. He has a right to agitate. If he doesn't feel safe, if he doesn't feel, look, the fact that some of us still think that Nigeria must be that, people don't have an option. People cannot say they don't want to be part of this union. It's kind of, it shows that civilization is far away from us. You know, he has a right to say what he wants to say if he doesn't want to be part of it. And if you want him to be part of it, you bring him to the table and discuss. But it seems like in Nigeria, what we want is, you know, shove it down our throat. You have to be like this, then if you're not like that. And let me ask a question. Imagine if it was for context, imagine if it was an Igbo president that put a Yoruba man in, that was holding, imagine the narrative. Imagine the narrative that will be going around. Just think about it. Picture it in your head. There was an Igbo president and Sunday Igboho was in prison. And think about what will happen. Who was it that was the visit of Shettima to Obama when the Chibok girls will be a child's play? You will see the height of propaganda everywhere. They will literally want to bring down the government. They will shut Lagos down. They will make sure the force don't work. But what is happening now? So, you know, I think one of the things that has happened to us Nigerians is that we have lost our sense of humanity to a certain degree. Now we cannot see that it's an injustice against a man. You understand? It's an injustice against him as a person, not even about his race now or his ethnicity, but it's an injustice against him. And the point that we cannot come out and say, no, this should not happen. And let me tell you the truth about it. These politicians are afraid, and that's why I say I support what Showore is doing. These politicians are afraid of Nigeria that Nigerians coming as a collective, as one. They are afraid of that. That's why they will try to disrupt it. Because the day the Nigerians come as a collective of one, and realize that an injury to one is an injury to all. In true sense, not the one that Pegasus is doing. Because Pegasus' own, an injury to one is an injury to only their own. Not about an injury to all. Thank you.
All right, Dexter, thank you so much. KJ, you are next. If you are not frozen.
No, I'm not frozen, Dr. Damages. Thank you so much. I agree totally with Dexter to a very large extent, and I'm going to start this way. The issue of Showore, I don't know why people are trying to say he's trying to catch cruise. Showore himself is news. I mean, he's news. In Nigeria, do you need to even use any events to catch, news? Anywhere Showore goes, he makes news. If he walks into Wuse Market, the media will follow him, and they can report whatever he wants to say. So I don't necessarily see him as trying to catch popularity through Nnamdi Kanu's agitation. However, what Showore is doing is what we, the people from the Southeast, has failed to do over the years. Mind you, the issue of Nnamdi Kanu is dragging to 10 years now. 10 years that man has not had rest, been dragged from court to court. It was the grace of God that made him not to have been part of the 28 young people that were buried in his house, including his dog. Of course, we still have pictures of the house ridden with bullets all over. And those who want to say it is a question of mistaken identity. Nnamdi Kanu lives in part of Aparoku, as Umuahia, where once you branch into that, it's a dead end. It's just his father's house there. So after his house, there's no other house there. So once you branch into that location, you are only going to his house. So the army doing the crocodile dance, Operation Crocodile Smile, crocodile have stopped dancing now. Monkeys have stopped dancing since Nnamdi Kanu. They're no longer dancing any longer. And so having said that, I want to go straight to say the time of Buhari said they were waiting for the court to take decision. The courts have taken decisions. Nigerian court, 3 of Nigerian courts, including a court of appeal, have given him judgment in his favor. In fact, one court went ahead to say that Nnamdi Kanu cannot be tried by any law court. That justice is the justice that spoke some time ago, 2 weeks ago, when she was talking about the injustice in the Nigerian justice system. So she made it clear, in her ruling that Nnamdi Kanu cannot be tried because the process of bringing him into court is illegal and consequently cannot be tried. Okay, and she dismissed it and even ordered that he should be returned to Kenya. Another high court in Nigeria gave him a ruling and said that he was wrongfully renditioned. He should be paid. Okay, and that ruling is still standing. The Supreme Court of Nigeria said that he was wrongly renditioned. It was illegal. It was also illegal for them to have gone to his house, and they agreed that he did not jump bail because anybody who the army is trying to kill have to find a way to survive first before you can come to trial, and consequently rule against that and said, but you see, which is where maybe when Sam Amadi comes, he will help us understand it. The Supreme Court now said he should go back and start. In fact, the Supreme Court said his bail should be reinstated, but he should go back to the lower court and start all over again, which is something novel in the Nigerian legal system. Nobody have heard that before. Now, having said all that, still the same court, the same people who are asking for the court process to be the one to use to judge him, what the court have done, none of them have followed it. The AGM at that time, the Attorney General of that time, in addressing Nigeria, used Hausa language to address the Nigerian people to tell us that Nnamdi Kanu, the trophy of the North, had been captured. There was a wide jubilation in the North of his capture. And eventually, that when the media criticized that, he now made another thing, which was now done in English. The extraordinary rendition is something that's known to law all around the world. Nigeria is not the first one. Okay, if that is not the case, I think that the super cop who was eventually sent to prison, which America had asked for him to be extradited to America. I think America has all the power to come to Nigeria and take him by force, but they're asking the due process to be followed, for which Nigeria quickly put something together and accused him and sent him to jail so that they will not follow that process. So what am I trying to say? It is all these things are skewed towards making sure that Nnamdi Kanu does not see the light of day. And if the DSS medical facility was good enough, just like the DSS and the so-called Nigerian Medical Association have ruled, why didn't they dictate the disease that Nnamdi Kanu was suffering from? Why did they wait for the court to first of all issue an order before they can start treating him? Since the facility of the DSS is good enough, they shouldn't have waited for other doctors outside of the system to assess him and say, oh, he's suffering from this. Then he will now say the same DSS where he had been staying in didn't dictate this. They are also good enough to be able to treat him. They couldn't dictate it. They didn't understand it. They didn't make any note about it. It wasn't brought to the fore of the public. Now another doctor comes. If that doctor from Lagos, the Igbo man, the professor, didn't come to first of all examine him, we would have known about this. So he brought this to the fore before the medical association did their own research and also found that this man, if he's suffering from much more than the professor has said, and eventually you go to court with this, and the court now says another examination should be done, and then the DSS in their wisdom decided to just write whatever is there and said it's fit to stand trial. I will ask the judge. We will have asked them, sir, why didn't you dictate all this since you know this was happening? But eventually you can see that it's being queued towards the same thing. We said on this panel that there was not going to be any new judgment. We said here he's going to come. When they come, they will say to him, oh, you are fit to stand trial. You can be treated in DSS this thing. Start your defense. How do you start a defense when you know that the man's coming to Nigeria is extraordinary rendition? Even the Kenyan court have said they see that as illegal. The Kenyan government have denied you people. The Interpol have denied you a participation in it, and yet we are going on. The question is, do we think people are not seeing us? Do we think the world is not seeing Nigeria with all this? And do they think it's not going out? This is the same thing we are doing with the Christian journalists. This has been going on since 15 years ago. Nobody said anything. Today, the world talking about it. And we're trying to hide and say, sending people like Omokri and, what's his name? Boala to go around and make noise. You think these people are ready for your noise? it is not going to solve the problem. Do the right thing so that we all can move on. Simple. The life of a man cannot be replaced by anybody. This man is in danger. Allow him get treated. If you want after that, you can continue. I'm not saying leave him. If you think you have a case to establish, which you have not been able to establish 10 years after, treat him. When you finish treating him, bring him back to court. And let's continue the case. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you, KJ.
KJ, look at your mail, please. Private mail, KJ.
Okay, Ike, did you weigh in? I don't remember anymore.
No, I've not spoken.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Rudolph, I want to base my talk based on the last court outing, based on what the lawyer of Dr. Nnamdi Kanu said, that the medical report that was handed over to them they handed that medical report 3 hours to the court, inside the court, that they handed them over the report of the Nigerian Medical Association. And that's Nnamdi Kanu, was there any test taken from you? He said no. And so my question is, how did the Nigerian Medical Association come into conclusion that this young man can stand trial? I think all of us here used to go to the doctor. When you go to doctor, we have to, sometimes we do 2 times a year general check. But sometimes when you are not feeling good, you go to the doctor. The doctor will first of all check your blood pressure, check your everything, take your blood test, to go to the lab to find out what is actually wrong with you. But from what the lawyer was saying this week, there was no test, there was no kind of any examination, practical examination done on Nnamdi Kanu. But to make it worse was that it was in court that the Nigerian Medical Association handed them over whatever they said that is in the medical report that he can stand trial. So it goes to tell you that this system we are practicing is broken. Because I cannot be hearing or the world listening to Nigeria, a country called Nigeria, that somebody that is not feeling well, that's supposed to go for a medical test, there was no test taken from that person, and you came out and present a report that he's strong enough to go on trial. My brother, I don't know the country we are in. So for me, when KJ was handling last week or so, my stand has never changed. I want this like KJ, his last comment, nobody is saying, I don't need any sympathy to release Nnamdi Kanu. No. First of all, let him go to medical check. Let there be medical attention given to this young man. That's my concern. Because if he is alive, then he can speak for himself in the court. What if he's not alive? To whose benefit is he to? To Nigeria? Or to we the Igbos? No, it's not a benefit to nobody. And I think the government of the day should know that this young man is medically not fit. And based on medical report, I'm not a doctor, I don't know, that his health is going badly. I was shocked this week when the lawyer was saying this, that the Nigerian Medical Association said he can stand the trial without any test, taking blood test, taking urine, or your speed. There are so many things doctors, depending the kind of case you have, doctors will tell you bring this. But nothing like that happened. And at the end of the day, they said he's strong enough to stand trial. I'm only appealing to the federal government what I said last week. I've said here, and I keep repeating it. There is no amount of emotion that any Nigerian who supported Nnamdi Kanu, including myself, will put into it that this government is going to release this man. It's going to be a political solution. But my problem is that even before you talk about that political solution, let this young man go for medical. He's saying we have medical hospital in Abuja. Even if it is private or government hospital, let him go to treat himself. Let him be okay. Give him medication. Let him be all right. Like he can stand trial if you want. If he said that he has to stand trial, he has to stand. And at the end of the day, whatever the court decide, then we can move on with our lives. But the sympathy now is growing too much because of the health of our brother and the fellow Nigerian Nnamdi Kanu, because his health is not good. And everybody that have visited him has always said, this young man need medical attention. So my part in this case is my human nature, humanity, because none of us can give life. If this young man sleep one day and didn't wake up, it is going to be story. We are not going to have another Nnamdi Kanu. So my appeal to federal government of Nigeria is, please allow Nnamdi Kanu to go for medical help. Nobody is telling you that you should release him tomorrow if you don't want to release him. But if you also release him tomorrow for us, it's okay. The family and friends can take him to medical treatment anywhere they decide. But if you don't want, can we use government hospital to make sure that whatever that this young man is suffering is treated in the hospital? God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Jefferson, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me on the show. First of all, I would like to say that Nigeria, if many of you have watched this DC comic movie called Batman, Nigeria is officially what they call Gotham City as a country. And the person ruling the city is Tinubu, who happens to be Joker in that Batman movie. Everything has to do with criminality. Everything has to do with criminality. That's what that guy is. That's what he upholds. So, without mixing words, a lot of things are just happening real fast. Now, with the planned protest, you can see that the IG, the Nigeria police force, with with the so-called court injunction, they were able to get that one real quick to prevent the protest. And it means but other court cases regarding Nnamdi Kanu have been ignoring it, and holding him down. So it just tells you the kind of people we are dealing with here, And let us face the facts. Let us face the fact. We have a serious problem. We need to deal with, of course, our tribalism problem, our religious problem. Is becoming a menace on the national scale and international scale. Sometimes we try to pet it and make it look like it doesn't matter. It does matter, And this our generation, it is now on us to do the right thing. Unfortunately, with the way things are going politically, everybody is trying to be on the good book and join the current APC because it has seemed all hopes are lost. The lives of Ben Bruce and all these other people. It's fine. Everybody is free to do whatever they want to do. But the truth of the matter is that justice just needs to prevail. And my own opinion again, finally, let me conclude, is that the more they keep on holding Nnamdi Kanu, the more it's going to generate into something else. And how I put it, is a ticking time bomb, because as it is, don't forget next year, they want to do this issue of tax. And the tax that they want to do, unfortunately, Nigeria has abused the likes of us that are here, who has been in Nigeria, who is even abroad. They have abused us so badly that we don't even know the difference of good governance in African countries versus wherever we are on a global scale. So if that is not properly managed and they implement it from next year, I can tell you that Nigerians are not going to stomach it, because Nigerians are going through a lot and we need to review our values. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jefferson. There's a comment on the comment section that said a political solution would have been possible if the Southeast governors made Nnamdi Kanu's release a condition for them to join the APC, but they have all joined Tinubu without asking for Kanu's release. I think that's an interesting take. All right.
Well, I think we'll leave at that.
2 Nigers, 1 brain cell. Welcome to the show.
How you doing?
Okay.
Let me start off by asking you, with everything we've heard today, what is your position on the topic?
Which topic?
The topic we're presently speaking on.
No, I don't. I don't share my positions here. I will record a video. I'm coming back to, because I've not done my show in a long time, but I'm going to do that. So I don't.
All right, fair
I don't
enough.
want to interrupt what you guys are saying. Yeah, go ahead.
That's beautiful. I respect that. I'm only asking because I'm hearing basically two schools of thoughts. And I think at least one side is speaking based on emotion. And that is the side that is insistent on the premise that Nnamdi Kanu as a defendant has not committed an offense and should be released unconditionally. As opposed to, for example, the position of a person like Mr. Ike, who says, well, if he's not feeling good and if his health is in jeopardy and is at stake, then maybe he should be presented better health care. I think that is the position I would take, and that is why I asked you what your position was. Because it is either in Nigeria as a nation we want justice or we don't. It's either we want development or we don't. And one of the aspects of a sane society is that justice should be attributed and given out or meted out to whoever, regardless of their position in society, be it a poor, rich, educated, uneducated. In fact, sometimes it is okay for a guilty man to go free if his rights have been violated. And this is the position I'm coming from. Now, if Nnamdi Kanu, I think the question on the ground should be, has he committed a crime? That would be up to the courts to decide. Did he flee on bail? Again, I think we know the answer to that, but maybe he does have a defense for why he did that. Should he be convicted of his crime? Should there be instead of seeking a custodial sentence, should there be a political resolution to the case at hand? These are things I think the Nigerian government is more than likely weighing. But having said all of that, I think it is imperative that we always come with facts and we always come with evidence and we always come speaking the truth. To come on here, for example, and say he hasn't committed a crime and extraordinary rendition is not seen anywhere in the world, or to say he has been deemed free by different courts, which I also heard Shore say, and it baffled me. And one of the reasons I was going to ask you your position was to ask you when was that statement that Shore made? Because if it was made prior to the Supreme Court ruling, then I would understand why he would say that. But if it was made after the Supreme Court ruling, which sent his case back to the lower courts, and which is not, I heard someone on here say it practically has never been done in the history of Nigeria. No, that's not true. Every time, anywhere in the world, the Supreme Court rules on the lower court's position, they usually send it back to the appeals court, or they send it back to in Nigeria's case, the high court, or in the United States, we call it the district court. So these are the things I'm saying. We have to be careful. The Supreme Court never deemed him free to go. What the Supreme Court did say, they did find some faults in the rulings of the higher court, which was actually appealed to the appeals court. Then the government, since the appeals court ruled over them, they appealed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court now sent it back down. So in what I'm just saying in essence is there are a lot of variables. It is okay for justice, for everybody to seek justice, but we cannot be hypocritical with it. We cannot look at a situation, for example, Simon Ekpa is in Finland right now. Practically the same situation, but he was found guilty. Basically the same thing with Nnamdi Kanu, but he was found guilty. Nigeria's situation is different. Our justice system is different. Agreed. Again, like I said, a political situation could be found. But are we now saying just because we feel an affinity to an individual, the court process must not take place? I think it should. Now, as his right being violated, well, if Nigeria, like I've said here several times, if Nigeria has a Speedy Trial Act which tolls the clock, right? If the clock was not tolled and he's been held way longer than necessary or way longer than the potential sentence would be, then I think he has a leg to stand on. But outside of that, I think personally right now, I think the main thing should be, is his health in danger? Let him seek his welfare, let his attorney seek his welfare, and then let justice carry on. But to just say, well, because I feel a certain way to an individual, then he cannot be, if he's guilty, let him be found guilty. If he's innocent, let him be found innocent, and let's move on with this.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Before I come to you, the last person speaking, Revolution Now, let me play this.
This is from the National Association of Northern Nigerian Youths to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu concerning Chief Nnamdi Kanu. From the north, we are saying, set Nnamdi Kanu free. Let Nnamdi Kanu be pardoned. If Boko Haram will be pardoned, kidnappers who have been giving people sleepless nights, terrorists who have been terrorizing a lot of people in different parts of Nigeria will be pardoned. Why can't you pardon Nnamdi Kanu? This is our request. This is our plea from the north. Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we believe you can do it. You are our president. We voted for you, and we believe you can do this for us. Free Nnamdi Kanu. Let there be justice in Nigeria.
All right. There've been many voices in this conversation. Let's welcome Revolution Now.
Doctor, thank you very much for this clip. I think it's good for the last speaker. Thank you very much.
Revolution Now. Thank you, Maazị Okpara.
Yeah, good evening. It's been a while. I've been trying, but I've been roaming around trying to do my investigation, seeking the opinion of Nigeria in Africa. I just came back, and I think today I can be able to say my mind.
Did you see Ekweremadu in your investigation?
Not really. I don't look.
You don't go jump on a and Rishi.
Go ahead.
Anyway, I chop for everything where I see for road, both bushmeat and all. Anyway, Dr. Damages, if you see, let me say hello to my friends and listeners and everybody. You see, the case of Nnamdi Kanu, at least everybody knows my opinion about those freedom fighters in Nigeria. First of all, Simon Ekpa, since he has been incarcerated, I've been very, very sad, but we just managed because we know where we come from. We know what played underground. Now, Nnamdi Kanu case now have come up. But if you know Nigeria well, doctor, you know that the problem of Nnamdi Kanu is the behavior of Nigerians. Nigerians, a typical Nigerian, and not people like us, a typical Nigerian is a very wicked person. They will practice wickedness on you. They must practice it, especially when you try to tell them that what you people are doing is not right. Who give you mouth to talk? Come here, they go knock your head. This is what they are doing to Nnamdi Kanu. He challenged them. Some Igbo men too, we say, why is Shore trying to lead the fight? Some of them are feeling ashamed now that somebody has called for the release of Nnamdi Kanu and is going global. So some Igbo men will come and tell you, no, why should he do this? And, different stories. But let me cut it short because I like to be short sometimes, because talking too much, I've got to the point of let us fight for our rights in Nigeria. So if you notice, I don't have much to say again. I don't. What do I want to say again that other people haven't said? So my own opinion, my brother, 2 Naija, 1 brain cell, you saw how he beat around the show, people say Nnamdi Kanu. We are saying it because of we have affiliation to Nnamdi Kanu. You understand? And this is the belief of Nigeria. When you want to fight for freedom, when you want to say the truth, somebody will just come, beat around, tell you that he has gone to court free the man. Where in this world would you go to court and court will free you? They will say no. At least they go release you first, then you can start going to Supreme Court and all those places. If the Supreme Court find you guilty, they'll come bring you back. But as far as a court, excuse me, my brother, please. As far as a court, you go to a court for a case. My brother, that guy has been in court now. I don't know whether you are living in this world or from somewhere else. That guy went to court. The court released him. He went to another one. They even released and tell him to make them pay him compensation for what they do the man that is illegal. I'm not lying. It's there in the news. I don't know when somebody tell me no. He went to court. Court said that you should not only release this guy, but you have to pay compensation for doing him wrong. But because of where we come from in Nigeria, people will start painting black, white, trying to tell you are doing it because maybe because you are an Igbo man, or that is why you are saying this. So for me, the only regret I regretted, if what they are saying is true, is that military coup I'm listening all these few hours ago that did not function. Because if those guys have succeeded, all these things they are talking now, Tinubu and all of them would have run away. So let me see. I know that Nnamdi Kanu case is a case of Nigerian wickedness. If you enter, they go here, you say, if you enter my trap, if I show you finish. Nnamdi has entered their trap. They are showing him pepper. And they will never release that guy until something happens. Then the good people will release him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. 2 Naija, I'll give you 1 minute to react. This is what we're going to do. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we rant. You can pick on any topic you want to rant about. I hope I didn't miss anybody down there, but that will be what we're going to do. I'm getting some reports from newspapers that the defense headquarters, I think someone mentioned it, that the defense headquarters, they issued a statement that there was no coup. So newspapers are reporting that. Okay, 2 Naija, do you want to respond to?
Well, I think it's just a situation where, like I said, people get very emotional when you say certain things. So they only pick and choose and formulate the meanings in their head. Which at no point did I say he was guilty. I never said he was innocent. I practically said let the court process take place. It's possible for a political solution to be reached. I also said if it was true, well, I didn't even say true. I said if he does need medical attention, then his welfare should be taken care of. I said all of these things. If his rights have been violated in achieving a speedy trial, that could be a reason why he could be set free, because verbatim I did say sometimes it is okay for a guilty man to be set free if his rights have been violated. I said all of these things. But of course, you're speaking to Nigerians where they only pick what they want to hear, and then they misconstrue the rest, mischaracterize you, and point fingers at you. But hey, to each his own. If you want to receive my message, that's on you. If you want to hear me out, that's on you. I can only speak how I speak. I didn't reach, most times I never reach a position. I just leave it in the abstract. But of course, Nigerians will always find fault in that too. So that's cool.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's take a few minutes break, and then we'll come back for rants.
cha Igbo kwenu. Cha Igbo kwenu. Kwezono. agencies in Nigeria that are not up to 1 million.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us, and it's been a wonderful day. I appreciate all of you, those in the studio, those who are watching at home, and those in the comment section. I see all your comments. Thank you. We're going to go for rant. I'll give everyone 2 to 3 minutes to rant about anything. It doesn't have to be a subject that we discussed. I will start. I don't know how to actually say this, but I discovered recently that every story that we touch on here has something to do with the media. And each time we talk on every story, we kind of have the media on trial. And I want to just reveal something about the media here for most people. There were two stories we didn't get to. One was Ababio. There was a video, I saw the video, I have it here. We don't have time to play that. But a video by the sister-in-law, I believe, about Babio and all the accusations she revealed about Babio. The other one was video of Reno or Bakary, where we saw the way he operated and certain things about him. So I want to review this for people who are watching at home, especially as concerns the media. The media, they know more than they tell you at any point. The reason that they don't tell you everything is that sometimes people don't want to come out publicly and say, this is my accusation, this is what I know. Somebody can tell me something about somebody. I'm not going to go and run out and talk about it. If the person is not going to give me documents, if the person is not going to come out and I will interview the person, they will say it openly. So there's so many things we know about actors in the Nigerian scene. It's the same thing around the world. And sometimes it baffles me when people come out and defend them, especially people who do not know these people. And what I believe, and I'm happy that, you know, they said there's no secret you can hide forever. A lot of these things are coming out, and more will come out about these characters like Abio and Reno. There are so many stories, and it applies to so many other people in the Nigerian political scene. So I want, as my own rant, that people should be cautious of, if you don't know personally, you be cautious about supporting whoever, whatever idea, whatever you are, is out there, because people are telling you. It's more than what they are reporting. Look at the story about the coup now. The military, the defense department just said, oh, there was no coup. Of course, all the newspapers they're kind of obliged to, they have to publish it. It doesn't mean it's still true. That they denied it does not mean it's true, but they have to publish it. So what you are going to do is to wait for the next 2 days. You ask yourself, when these guys did whatever they did and they were arrested, why didn't they tell the nation? Why did they wait until Sahara published the story before they felt, oh, we have to come down and say, oh, there was no coup? Why? When Wale Edu was sick, why didn't they say that he was sick? Why did they wait until Sahara published the story? Now they say, oh, he wasn't sick. No, it's a false story. He wasn't out of the country. He's in Abuja. 2 days after, oh, he's now in London. Look at him. He's alive. He didn't have a stroke. You see, transparency, openness, it's more important than anything else for us as a people. And then there's a responsibility for us, all of us. Somebody called me this week and said, how can I support Showere? How can I be part of this demonstration? At the point, we have to say, what can I do in whatever the issue is that you care about? That's the ultimate. Because we have to do something. Otherwise, it will be the same story. All right, that's it from me. Let me go to, let me see, somebody who doesn't like to rant, but I will get him to rant today. Mr. James, be honest.
I just want to say that absence of evidence is no evidence of absence about this coup business. What is of interest to me is this issue of Mr. Tinubu granting people pardon. I think Lawrence Anini should be pardoned. George Yamu should be pardoned. Self-styled Shola Oyenusi, Dr. Oyenusi of those days should be pardoned. What's his name? General I.B. Bisala, who was executed over Murtala Mohammed's Dimka school, should be pardoned. The Okotoko Six should be pardoned. Rambo should be pardoned. In fact, all the condemned armed robbers who faced the firing squad should be pardoned. I mean, it should be a blanket pardon. And surprisingly, he left out some people. And anyway, it's abracadabra. It's already generating, comments all over the country. And it is very sad for educated people in this government defending him that they are, I think their sentence is here to be approved or something like that. A presidential pardon cannot be contested even in a court of law. Once the president says you are pardoned, you are pardoned. The president has a right, I think in our constitution and the US Constitution, to say that, in fact, to pardon before trial, during trial, and after trial. The president can pardon somebody at any time. It means your sins are blotted, go and sin no more. That's what it means. And he has pronounced it, so there's nothing to review. This government is a joke. And I just hope that one of these days in future, the country will not have cause to renovate, what should I call it now? To renovate the execution grounds nationwide. There could be a cause in the future whereby the execution ground all over the country will be renovated for people to give account of their stewardship. Thank you very much and good night.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Ovie.
Rant. Okay, well, let's see. Let me give it a shot. So let me narrate. Showore, I think so far since Bola Tinubu take office, he has organized about 9 or 8 protests thereabouts. None of them is centered around electricity. Now, take it away from Showore. My question is, how come all these our leaders, when they use electricity campaign, they no get into power? But the one they organize protests. Electricity is at the center of our advancement. We no go come off where we did now until we get constant electricity, because the world where we are living today now is going to be powered by electricity. I said that to say it's not that they don't know, just like what Dr. Damaji said about just because journalists no agree release, most people no means they don't know, right? Or they are still looking for more evidence. It is not normal that nobody in Nigeria don't call protest, say we no get like nationwide among all our leaders. It's not normal. No, you can't tell me say they don't know that how central that is. But Carter Woodson said something in his book, The Miseducation of the Black Negro. The center of his argument is, when you control a man's thinking, you don't have to worry about his action. If America can be investing billions and the other in our economy, they are not worried, and nobody is actually protesting, then something is wrong somewhere. What am I trying to say here? Despite they miseducate us, all our leaders serve one purpose. How do we protect our interests? But most importantly, the outside investor first. Every other thing no matter. From the Showore to the sitting president to those who are coming, all are so. The fact that nobody is going, that means that we are all conditioned, as the open of that, not to look inward to solve our own problem. We look for, we give all our efforts to somebody who his livelihood and existence is already in the hands of the people that will believe by an approval, and would they actually believe that whatever change that is sent up or that will actually come, it no go happen. All not destruction, talking about it, not distraction. If nobody, including me, I'm not saying talking about what can I do. If nobody can let the protest over our darkness, in fact, something is wrong with us.
All right, thank you, Ovie.
Oh, Ovie, you have agreed that something is wrong with us. Wow, honestly.
Yeah, but not that we are not intelligent.
No, but if something is wrong with us, if we are not in, if we are,
it's not lack of, it's not lack of intelligence.
We don't want responses to the rant because that will mess up everything. Just let's keep going. After that, we can go ahead, Jefferson.
So let me just rephrase. What are we ranting about so that I don't go?
You pick anything you want. If your great grandmother is not doing well, you can.
All right, that's fine. No, of course, it's good to go back and forth so I can. All right, the bottom line is like, we as a people, right, we have the choice to take a decision and do things different for ourselves. Okay, let's go back memory lane. We got independence in 1960. India got theirs in the 40s, and some other countries similar got their independence. But if you look very carefully now, I'm not saying that all the other countries have it all perfect, right? But I mean, some countries are going to understand and look, let us save ourselves. Let's do things differently. Let's put differences aside and see what we need to do to project our national image. Unfortunately, for us Nigerians, we have not been able to do that. If you look very well from the independence till from civil war till now, it has been undulating, and of course we are all clamoring for justice. They say you cannot beat a child for too long and expect the child not to cry, and this is the aftermath. As long as we continue to pretend that everything is okay, I think we'll continue to deceive ourselves. Do you understand? So, and like I said before, if you remember in the last the last question that you asked concerning the situation, right? I said Nigeria is. If those of you who have watched Batman or Robin Batman, Nigeria is currently a Gotham City on the national scene. Yes, with Joker controlling all the criminals, mastermind criminals I can think of. I would advise you to go and watch Batman very well and see what I'm talking about. And unfortunately, that is what we have. Right? Is it the judiciary? Do we have judiciary in the country? No. The judiciary is going to the highest bidder, right? Then we are not even talking about security apparatus. We don't even have infrastructure. Average Nigerians are going on the road, private citizens bringing their attention to government that look, some of the roads in the southwest, some stretch in south-south, some stretch in south, and some other part of the country are having issues. But what do you know? As usual, they don't look into all those things. There's killings happening everywhere, insecurity. A lot of things are going wrong, but as usual, we don't pay attention. But let me round up very soon. But where they are paying attention is who is going to decamp to be in the ruling party and share money. And then, unfortunately for us, we citizens, we the common masses, we are concerned about what is trending on the social media, the next Big Brother Africa, and some other stupid things. How I wish we can actually have a new line of thought, look about our history, look about what is going on politically, and see how we can do things differently. I believe we'll be able to make a difference. Let me stop here because of the situation,
All right, thank you, Jefferson. We appreciate you. Revolution Now, you're next. 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for that last opportunity to say something. Because in my last journey, I met an old man. And I throw that your question to them. Who did this to us? Because, there's something where you ask, myself, I say, who did this to us? But I come and remember, I come and ask the man, say, there's one of my friends, he used to say to Nigerians, who did this to us? And he will end the show. So the man told me, then the man sang one song, Bob Marley song. He said, when the rain falls, it doesn't fall on one man's house alone. Remember that? When the rain falls. So the man, I come and say, what do you mean? He said, you reap what you sow. Nigerians are reaping what they've sown for years. Wickedness, class system. When we tell them, say, now the problem of Nigeria be that, people will go school, go argue. saying that them be the best. So what did happen for Nigeria now? Who will go complain to? Dr. Damages and friends. Who are we going to call? Didn't we do it ourselves? Now the rain, they fall, they reach everybody. Somebody go come tell you, say, they go twist the case. They go tell you, say, we are saying our statement because we have personal feelings, or because as an Igbo man, I'm trying to defend Nnamdi Kanu, for example. That's what somebody was trying to paint that picture. But anyway, no problem. When the rain falls, you know they miss, whether you be big man or you be poor man, or the rain must reach your roof. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Revolution. Now, when the rain falls, it doesn't fall on one man's house. Remember them. All right, Mazopara, next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nigeria was talking about Nnamdi Kanu run away from bail. That is, Nnamdi Kanu didn't run away. He didn't run away. He was at his home, and he was attacked. 28 people lost their lives. Few days before to attend the court process, he was attacked. And Nigerian press, Doctor, I love what you said about press. Nigerian press is still talking that he violated his bail condition. How? As I am here now, if somebody comes to attack me here, I will jump from the window. I would run for my life. Nnamdi cannot run for his life. Anybody who is talking about he jumped the bail, that person is mischievous. The press is the same press is saying that he was arrested in Kenya and then taken back to Nigeria. No. Press, did you see when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in Kenya? Press, did you see when Nnamdi Kanu went through the process to deport him to Nigeria? No. You just suddenly saw him in Nigeria, and you're still writing he was arrested in Kenya. That is unfair. Doctor, you saw what Mike Arnold was talking about, Renaud Mokuri. He was there. He was telling him exactly to his face. Assuming that man was a black man, he would be going here and there. But he saw that how the man said, no, you are misleading the public. In fact, he even blamed the press. He told the press, I know that you are not going to say what I'm saying here. That's what that man, listen to that clip. That's what I'm saying, that we black people, we are not honest people. We are not telling ourselves the truth. That is the problem we are having. Let me tell you, finally, 65 years after Nigeria got in high independence, 774 local government in Nigeria. None of these local government has running water. Because I am interested in this running water, because I know what my people are going through and what we are spending giving running water to my people. Government cannot provide a running water, a pipe running water to its people. The whole 774 there's no running water. And somebody is telling me that something is not wrong with us. Somebody is telling me that we are too intelligent, not providing ordinary water to our people. Something is wrong with a black man. When I say black man, sub-Saharan African people, something is wrong with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahaz. I know that I said there is no response, but you kept on this topic. I want to let you know that in Senegal and in Kenya, they have running water. They have electricity that works, so it's not black people. If you have issue with Nigeria and your state,
Dr. Rudolph, that is how many percent? Sub-Saharan African.
I'm talking about the places I've been to.
Okay, where you have been to.
Other places, yeah.
Yes.
But I'm telling you, there are places where it's
99%, right? Sub-Saharan, we have no running water.
Okay.
We are not intelligent to provide ordinary running water to our people.
Thank you.
Rudy, please, I beg your pardon. I have a guest. Let me rant, then I can exit for you. I just get out of the line before because somebody needs to talk. So.
All right, go ahead.
All right. the issue is this. I I understand the opinion and everybody have their view. But if we're going to have a justice system that work for us, we must share the view. The president will not pardon somebody that have never been committed. What is pardon on what is the language to use to pardon? The other thing is that we can come here and choose the way we choose. But if one Nigerian will work for us, then we'll speak in one voice to our crippled institution. And then the institutions, the judiciary, and all of that, police and everything that is not working. But the notions that there should be a free pass for somebody simply because he is fighting for justice. Power is not about being fair. It's about interest. The whole life we are living is about interest. And if people choose to pick on the case they choose to pick, as far as they have power, that is what it takes. But my brother here who think that okay, everything now has to be because it's from so place, that's why it's like that. Well, they're entitled to the opinion like that. But then to say that Nnamdi Kanu should be pardoned, should be let go for free. Well, people can rant like that. But the thing is that let there be a fair hearing. I hear your people saying that he has been freed by so many courts and they're still keeping him. I think if we really understand the story, is that there was some case that say you are free of this, but you are charged of this and all of that. But for whatever reason, the freedom of everybody in Nigeria is that, or the prayer for everybody is that everything work for a common man. And for your brother or Fabio's story, I'm looking forward to hear more about the Senate president. I hope he can read the figure next time. After this, only in Nigeria such thing happen. The Senate president cannot read the figure of the budget. I hope he can know who is his accuser this time around.
All right.
Bye for now.
Thank you, Janaba. Let's go to Niger. Where is to Niger? Okay. Okay. To Niger one is to Niger's one brain cell. All right. Go ahead. Where are you? You can go ahead and rant. I think we're having it. We can't hear you. You're muted. We can't hear you. Okay, let's skip you for now. We can come back. Let's welcome.
He's a peaceful man. He doesn't like to run.
Jagun, welcome to the show. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Before my rant, just two quick comments. Firstly, I must say, when I'm online here with everybody, if I make a comment, 6 comments come up. It doesn't happen under any StreamYard that I attain. So please, can you fix that? That's my first small rant. My second rant was somebody remembered me and greeted me. He said I'm not here, and I'm I'm very much here. What do you mean?
I wanted to drag you in. I know that you will hear that, and I know you will come in.
You see yourself. I know
how it works.
I know those tricks.
I know how it works.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My actual rant isn't necessarily about Nigeria, even though it includes all of us on the planet. I'm ranting about the examples that have been given to us as Black people generally over the decades, and the way we practically ignore our examples that have been given to us. Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Mandela, if you like. And recently, we have the example of Traore and the AES. Me personally, I've been looking and looking and looking. And I know a lot of people don't like him for whatever crazy reason. And I know there's a lot of skullduggery going on in communication for him, put it that way. But I fear that if we black people don't think, when you have an equation, you have an equation to solve. In order to get the answer correct, you would more likely find those who got it correct have the same answer. And I feel that we just like not agreeing. We love not to agree on what is right and just. Right now in the UK, in Europe, and in the West, there is a big war going on. Many of us don't see it. There's a big war. And this war has now escalated to the point of digital ID. It is yet to get worse. Now, I said that a couple of weeks ago that Nigerians are A1 at suffering. And that suffering, it says that actually things that are happening in Nigeria, they're already ahead of the nonsense that's going on in the West. But yet still, we're not catching up to what's really happening. We speak locally about our local rubbish that we like to speak about. Igbo this, Yoruba that. Nonsense. People that perpetrate that kind of thing, I dislike their rhetoric immensely. We are in trouble. Yet, I can only say the Lord God has given us enough that we can make that place, even at this late stage, a haven in this world. I'm sitting here in London. I can guarantee you our man Putin has one of his nuclear exocets pointed at London. Now, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. And, to be honest, if not for my recent illness, I would have been in Nigeria by now. And that in itself is terrible to say. That because I'm ill, I won't go to Nigeria. Look, I don't like the way we behave. I do not like the way we behave. Somebody said, not we here in the panel are the sensible Nigerians. Who told you that? Who told you that? I can point out many damn foolish, idiotic Nigerians here on this planet looking at me. I can point them out. Just delivering bastardness into the atmosphere. Now, look, I'm not an aggressive person. I can be, and I enjoy aggression if anybody wants to bring aggression to the table. But that's not my base nature. My base nature is one of love, believe it or not. I know you people that love to hate me, keep your hate there. It's okay for me. However, I'm a man of love. And I believe that we don't act in this way, which is why we can't get it right. We as Nigerians, we're the strangest people on this earth. The educated of us, amongst us, are the worst. We're the worst. I have cousins, and I keep saying I have cousins. When I speak to them, I'm thinking, are you born of the same family as me? But by the time they start talking, I'm thinking, my God, this deserves 10 slaps in the street publicly. You understand? I mean, I'm ranting because we as a people don't know how to agree, are genuinely misbehaviors. Thirdly, we are confusionists. We like to spout confusion. The thing where nobody can understand. They think that somebody should be delivering confusion. And I'm listening, I'm trying to understand what this person is saying. And as you engage now, that one now blow up because you're not allowed to engage. Real strangeness. We're a strange lot. I'm complaining about us Nigerian people in this world where our place should be a paradise and we shouldn't be running from Nigeria to go anywhere. Yeah, at this very time, there's Jakpa and there's Jakpada and then there's Jakpa again. It tells you that we haven't got a clue. We know that we don't have a country. We know that we don't have a government. We know that there is total, what's the word? Total belligerence going on where people aren't thinking. There's no justice. We know. Half the time we start arguing this thing like there's anything real. There's nothing real about it. There's nothing real about Nigeria. Nigeria is a poor excuse for a backward country, backward people, backwardness. Yeah, I feel like calling names now, but I'm not going to. And I'll leave my rants there. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jagan. We should call some names, but that's okay. Two Nigerians, one brain cell. Go ahead.
All right, so you can hear me now.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So just rant about anything.
Yes.
Well, let me start with something else Mr. Mazzi just said. I don't understand how when you hear someone speak, you decide to pick just one aspect of what they said, maybe one word, misconstrue it, and totally mischaracterize their position. When I mentioned him fleeing, it was in the context of him being granted bail. You can always rewind it. And when I did say that, I took into cognizance the fact that any reasonable court, of course I didn't say it, but in making that statement, any reasonable court in attempting to let him go pending trial would have to look at if he was a danger to society, or to a lesser aspect, if he was a flight risk. And when I made that statement, I also said there were circumstances surrounding why he did have to leave without court approval. I did make this statement. So I didn't just come to say, oh, he ran away, lock him up. I said, but it's up to the court to determine that. So I don't know. This is why I say people get emotional, unnecessarily so. And we need to start removing our emotions and our sentiments from logic and facts. Like someone rightly said in the comment section, he could have fled, and it could have been as a result of the government coming after his life. Two things can be real. Two things can be true at the same time. So just me not coming here and taking your position does not mean I'm against your position. If you listen to what I was saying properly, I was actually speaking from a neutral point of view. But it doesn't even matter to me, because I can actually take a position if I believe that position is right, just like you can rightfully ascertain your own position. And if you believe that's your right, then it's valid. And I welcome divergent opinions. That's cool. But my rant was going to be, and I was going to ask you this when I came on. There's a coliseum being built in Nigeria right now. It's going to house 109,000 Christian adherents. And I know me bringing this up is again going to rattle feathers. And what is the first thing they're going to say? Well, it's because you're Muslim. Good. I also used to be Christian, and most of my family is Christian. But in a situation where we need, and this is speaking to the hypocrisy of not only the people on this panel that proclaim the Christian faith, not everybody, of course, because I would not include a person like John Abba on that list. We are in a country where people are living, an overwhelming majority of the people are living below the poverty rates. Okay, people are living below $2 a day. You have this coliseum being built for 109,000 people. Now, if I was to bring this up, I guarantee you what the talking stance would be for most of the people on here that are of the Christian faith. Well, they built schools, and you don't know how they help the society. How many of your poor relatives can go to those schools that they built? This is the same panel we come on here and we say people need work and people need education, and we have to improve the medical infrastructure of the country. Some people come on here and they proclaim we need nuclear weapons first. Then now we have a coalition being built, running for records of the largest roof span in the world for preaching in a country where there are no industries, there are no enough schools, and infant mortality is on the rise every day. But people will sit on here, and this is where I'm calling out the hypocrisy of the Christian faith. People will sit on here. Let us assume, Rudolph, and let's be real. Let's be 100% real to ourselves on here. If there was a Muslim sect in Nigeria today that was building a 109,000 capacity coliseum for adherents of the Islamic creed, what do you think Nigerian Christians would have been saying? They would say they want to Islamize Nigeria. But guess what? Throughout this show, nobody raised the concerns that maybe we don't need more churches, just like we don't need more mosques. Maybe we need more industry, more training schools, more business parks, and things that will advance the development of that country, at least fast-pace it. We don't hear this. Throughout this show, I was waiting for one person to say, but I guarantee you, if Sheikh something Mohammed tomorrow was to start building a mosque of even 5,000 people capacity, I can count at least 3 people on this panel that would raise hell on tonight till next week. At what point, like even Jagon said here, at what point are we going to stop being hypocritical? The OV said the same thing. This people really, Dr. Damages, need to change the way they think. If you want to be real, be real. If you want to be fake, then let everybody be fake. It's a damn shame how Nigerians carry on. And I'll tell you something right now. And I was having that discussion earlier with my child, and Nigeria is not going anywhere fast. Nigeria is not moving anywhere if the current mentality of the people continues. It is a wicked lot, it is a hypocritical law, and it's a very diabolically minded law, and they really do not want progress. If anything, they usually run and seek the downfall of their fellow Nigerians. Let me end with this. Rudolph, I said last week, there were certain Nigerians on here that were willing to destroy Nigeria, encouraging an invading force over a lie. You did not mind that your fellow Nigerians would be killed insofar as they were killed just to satisfy your own evil and wicked intentions and beliefs. You believe someone like Ted Cruz, you believe someone like Peter Thiel, you believe someone like Eric Prince, confirmed and known racist. But insofar as they were going to go to a certain section of your own country where you were born and raised in and kill them just because they were adherents of a different faith, you were satisfied with that.
All right. Thank you. 2 Nigerians, 1 brand cell. KJ, welcome. You're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I don't know why you have to bring me after through Nigeria with 1 brain cell. You know, I don't have brain cell at all. So I don't know how you want me to be able to. But this is what I say. What has got this? What has 101,000 sitters got to do with, whatever is going on in Nigeria? We have never been against anybody building auditoriums. I used to live in a place in Abuja called Gwarimpa. In Gwarimpa, every street used to have a mosque. And every Friday, almost every street in Gwarimpa is blocked. Every Friday. You can find out. It's still going on till today. We have never complained. We have never bothered. So I don't know why you're bringing that in. And how is that a hypocritical whatever? How is that a problem? How is that the problem of Nigeria? How is that the one putting Nigeria back to where it belongs? You are not holding accountable those who are in charge of your government. You are holding people who Nobody is forcing you to go to their churches or be part of it. It is by your own choice. And I want to say this: sometimes when we come here, let's do our research first before we come and begin to speak. We talked about the fact that Nnamdi Kanu, and some of you say he didn't get any. I'll just read that out quickly. I may not elaborate on it. Abia State government, Abia State High Court gave him a judgment in 2017, for which he was they awarded a fine against the federal government, 1 billion naira fine, which government did not appeal, and they have not paid that money. Kenya High Court gave him a ruling in 2025, which also said the kidnapping of Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya was against violated his constitutional right, and even the law of Kenya. All right. The appeal court in 2022 gave him a ruling. Okay, gave him a ruling also in his favor, saying that his constitutional right was violated, and discharged and acquitted him, for which government refused to release him. Okay, the High Court in Umuahia gave him a ruling in 2023. All right. Now, if you go through, I won't have the time because, of course, of the time limit. I won't go through to read all that. But when we come, let's be fair and let's be just. If you say the court should take the court process should be followed, have the court process not followed? Which one have they obeyed? Is it right for a prisoner or somebody is he a prisoner now? Has he been accused? Have they found him guilty? Why are they treating him as if he's already a prisoner accused? Okay, who has been convicted? Now, is it also right in your submission, as you think, who is more intelligent than the rest of us? Do people who go to trials, do they stay in DSS detention camp so that they don't even have privacy to meet with their lawyer? Do you know that Nnamdi Kanu meets with his lawyer only in the open court? When he walks into the court, that is when they're able to even discuss how the case will go. Is that a way of justice for you? Forget who is involved. Forget he's an Igbo man. Do you think that is right? Okay? And if you think that is right, do you also think that his life is compared to what is going on now? If you were your brother in such a situation, will you be agitating that he should continuously to be in detention without getting medical treatment? In the same government hospital, people have gone to hospitals and their hands are chained to the bed. If you just think that they're going to run away and get treatment, he's saying, I need treatment. If he dies, are you going to bring his corpse to the hospital and then, to the court and put him in prison? We know where this is going to end, and I'm talking to you, Rudolph, so that you can mark it down. This is going to end after 6 days. Omotosho is going to rule that Nnamdi Kanu is guilty, okay, and sentence him maybe life imprisonment or maybe to death, since it's treason they're trying for, and then Tinubu will now pardon him. Okay, to get political traction or whatever they think they're going to get. But the truth remains. The truth is out there and all of us can see it. Okay, all they're trying to is to find a way to convict him, even though they don't have any form of evidence. The only one witness they called was on hearsay, and he was asked, "What did you find any weapon of terrorism with him?" He said, "No." What did you find with Nnamdi Kanu? He found a cell phone and a laptop and then a radio transmitter. Is that what you use to now carry out terrorism? The question is no. No. Oh, listen, as a serious charge as this, every other witness call is hearsay, including this individual, including this same individual, just in case they wanted to go on with the case. I'm just telling you what was there. Kanu Agabi is one of the best lawyers in Nigeria, at least till tomorrow. Okay? And he moved a no case submission because in his submission, he said, all of your evidences is a hearsay. We said, bring somebody from a family who you said he has asked that whose family was affected in the killing that which he gave order for. Not one. DSS, the whole of DSS could not bring one. Okay? He said, okay, who is he working with? Bring people who he has given command to go and do this. They didn't bring one. 10 years after, and then somebody with a brain cell who has life that he doesn't give himself will come and stand here and tell me that it's not. The people who are going to attend wedding ceremony, a local government chairman goes to attend wedding ceremony of a terrorist group in the north. They come to negotiate with government with all their arms and ammunition, okay, and they go back with it. In fact, the army people who go there go and do video for them in their marriages. They are not in prison. You are not talking about them. It is an innocent man because he's speaking the truth. That truth, oh, we're going to get ready because we will keep to speak it. The only time we are going to stop that truth from being spoken is when there's no Igbo man living. But as long as an Igbo man is living, we will keep saying that truth. And the truth is very bitter. Justice for everybody, not only for the Igbos, for every one single group of people in Nigeria. Equal right and justice is what we are looking for and what we are asking for. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, KJ, thank you so much. Dexter, you are next, and Femi will be the last.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Why will Femi be the last?
Just
tell me why he's going to be the last.
I'm sorry, Ike. All right, go ahead, Dexter.
Yeah, just for a calibration. So one thing, I don't know, but Dr. Damages, is it possible that while we're doing all these things, you see, one of the, like I always say, one of the most important things that for people that come on this show, of course, there are people that are older. I think one of the most important things for what are we doing for the next generation? Because obviously, look, the change is not going to really come from us per se. Like what I mean by the change is not going to, many of us, even if Nigeria changes maybe in the next 20 years, you know, it is not the change, we will not be the drivers of keeping that change in place. It's going to be the next generation. So one thing I think we should be doing here, I've always said we should be documenting and coming up with solutions. But also what we can do also is invest in the schooling. You know, because I mean, if you think about what is going on in primary and secondary schools in Nigeria, you cry. You know, and it is also part of the problem of the poor education. You see, one of the problems we have in Nigeria here is that we have as Nigerians, especially people in this generation. I give you a typical example. I went for youth service in Ogun State, and my friend, somebody that was my friend from Kaduna State, Victor Zemo, he openly said that he was trained to hate Igbos. He openly said it. He was trained as a child. He was trained to hate Igbos. And it's not about religion. It's not a Muslim. It's a Christian. So education matters. And I think one of the best things that we can do, you know, is to see how whatever we're doing here is supposed to be able to impact, especially the next generation, the children between the ages of 6 to 18. You know, because sometimes when I hear some of the views, you find out that, like, when I hear some of the views, you know, some of us are sharing here, you just wonder, is it the same one Nigeria that, you know, we are talking about? That's why I said, you know, the song of Bob Marley it was really for the African man, because it seems like we are in mental slavery. And the problem is we don't realize that we are the only ones that can free ourselves. To think that murders have been taking place in Nigeria, people have been dying in Nigeria. And okay, whether the US mischaracterized it or not, but we start going into the argument of, oh, they want to invade us, oh, they want to do this, oh, they want to do that. We have not thought about solving the problem of the murder. We have not thought about, oh, people are really dying in Nigeria, what are we going to do to stop it? No. Oh, they want to invade us. Oh, these people are this one. Oh, these people are Christians. What is that? Does it stop the killing? Does it look, even if it was the Muslims that were killing, are they not human beings? Before, when they were born into this world, were they born Muslims or were they born Christians? They were born as human beings. And for us to now be, you know, that okay, if somebody in the US threw a political jab, is it for us to now carry it and after trying to characterize it? What does it show of? What does it show of us? It's like a great gift. They toss the great gift to us, take it up, and the thing now is choking us. Why? You know, so my point is this. We people, especially people that come here, I'm sure there's the passion, but I think it's time that as much as we have to start documenting things that are the way forward, and it is one thing about dialogue, which is one thing the West have come to understand. Unfortunately, in Africa, it is either the way of the leader or the highway. And many of us here have that kind of ideology. One thing the West has come to understand is that we can have very different views. We can have different views, but we can come together in agreement of how we can move forward. I think that is one thing we should start doing in this panel, because it's not just about people coming to throw rants and throw jabs at other people. And then, oh, because this person said something, you throw jabs. That is not solution. That is not solution. So I think that's what we can do. And also, how we can impact the next generation of kids so that they don't come and live the same kind of rubbish, the same views. Imagine that the next generation of children, in the 20, somebody that is 18 years old, in 20 years' time is going to be 38. And we're having the kind of primitive views that many of us here on this panel are having. You know, it will not be right. So I think what we should also do is think of how we can positively, especially for people who have gone to the West and seen how development has taken place. It's like you go to somebody's house, you see it is fresh, it's smelling nice and fresh, but your house smells of shit. Your house smells of shit. Instead of you to think, this place that smells nice, you will prefer to be staying in that person's place that, my house is smelling. Go to your house and clean it up now, make it better. No. But you want to stay in the person's house that smells nice, and you'll be casting aspersions or, then the day maybe somebody pollutes in that place. This place is smelling, but your house smells of shit. Your house is a foul place, and that is the way it is. So if we cannot, especially people that are going to the West, you are seeing how nice it is. Now we have to start thinking, can we clean that place up? How can we educate the people that defecating on the road is not right? How can we educate the young child that urinating on the road is not right? How do we pass that across? Instead of us propagating some of our primitive ideologies of things, it is this one, it is that one. You know, that is why I think in this panel we should be able to come to that collective goal. And like I said, impact on the next generation, because they are the ones that will live for. Look, the future is not us. If we don't realize it, if many people are watching, the future is not us that are talking here. The future are the children. And if what we are doing, if a lot of things we are saying is based on think about it. In the next 20 years, what will technology be? What will things be? I think some of us are talking of views about our primitive ideology of 1980 or 1960, which obviously this present government is going in. And that means that we are not ready, because Africa should be thinking, in the next 20 years, what should it be? Those children that are coming up, what should be in their head? What do we want them to be thinking about? That should be able to drive our discussions, and the ideology will push to them. And instead of pushing all these primitive, and that's why I get when you see people talking about there's injustice, you are placating it here. You talk on this side, you are turning here. Also, example, some people here, when you talk about Hamas, they will justify it. They will find every justification of that. But yet, it's now become right at your backyard. Right at your backyard. You have militants, people that are being killed, terrorists. Granted, somebody is coming here and say, you have to follow the court. No, injustice is right in your forefront. But the thing about it, like I said, I had a friend who had been trained to hate somebody. So even when he could see that this was injustice because of his training, his DNA had been encoded to hate a certain set of people. Whether we like it or not, some of us here, whether come from the east or from the west, some of us have been inclined. Like now, some people are being trained to hate Fulani people. Whether we like it or not, some people are being trained, coded into their DNA to hate Fulanis. That is how some people were coded to hate some other tribes in Nigeria. And the truth about it, anything about that tribe, they cannot come with a clear and just mind. And I don't want that for the next generation. I think that is our focus. We should focus on how we can give the next generation, not people here, because many of us are old. We cannot unlearn. Many of us cannot unlearn some of the things we know. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Dexter. So let's go to Ike. Ike next, and then Femi will round up. Ike, I'm sorry, sometimes anyway, let me not talk. Go ahead.
I think you said after Femi, I can go.
Oh, you don't want to go now?
No.
Okay.
Femi was already there. So
All right, Femi, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Ike. So, Doctor, I'm not going to over-label what I already contributed when it came to this topic last week. Thankfully, I listened to jargon as an example, and I speak the truth. And I'm basically clear in my mind that what's going on in Nigeria is not necessarily a genocide, especially the way it's being reported, and even with the theatricals that we saw from Reno and his former or current mayor of Blanco. that irrespective. Now, to the point of the underpinnings that are happening around the world, because I like to look at things as much as I like to look at things locally. We just can't take away the fact that a lot of what happens globally has an impact on what's happening locally. On one hand, some of us may not want to agree when it comes to the issue of Gaza, the Palestinians, and whatever, because there's a lot of rhetoric going on depending on who you're listening to. And that's why I continually try to re-educate myself, especially when I listen to people who I think have no, I mean, yes, they may have their own biases in terms of the other example that can be comparable to, in a way, to what you see going on in Nigeria regarding the killings, either by headsmen or banditry or what have you. Nigeria's situation is a complex situation in any case. Now, again, just like I do the line last week, I begin to suspect whenever I start seeing Western powers operating a certain way. I don't know about, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. I have my suspicions because you know this thing about, oh, look here, don't look there. No, it is here I want to look. Don't distract me. Because why is it that you're trying to make me look here? When I see you doing some other things there and now trying to mock the entire scenery as if you don't have your own agenda. Yes, as much as I'm not necessarily going to blame the West for all our issues, but again, you can't rule out certain hidden agendas when it comes to this thing. And that's why earlier I also brought up the fact that part of the things I should have also added as part of what made headlines is what's going on in Venezuela as well. Because a lot of things I just find I begin to see being interconnected, whether one likes it or not, from listening to, again, people who are invested in these things and do not give a damn whether you're sentimental about it or not. And people I just respect that I listen to on a constant basis. Now, I have no other way to end than to say that if at the end of the day, because again, something sorry, just one more point because I round up. Keep in mind, Nigeria it's only recently that Nigeria has decided to start mining lithium and who knows what other things is going on. And of course, with the inroads being made by China and even Russia, depending on how you look at it, whether it respects to the what's going on in in Niger Republic, in Burkina Faso and Mali, as an example, and of course what's going on in the DR Congo region as well. There's a lot of dynamics to me that point to the fact that may it not be the case that now that we're at the point where we're being introduced to the fact that there's a lot of interests in the rare earth metals, because there's a lot of things that just come together. May it not be the fact that this is just a way to try to make inroads into Nigeria in form of another method? Because I don't trust a lot of the things that they're trying to show us anymore. So I'm just saying that we don't want to be the next victim of the war power play between the West and China and Russia. This is just the way I see it, and I'll keep it that way. So let's just find a way of solving our problems.
All right, thank you, Femi. Finally, Ike.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I'm going to run to start like this, Dr. Damages, tomorrow. Probably I'm going to miss Dr. Ahmadi tomorrow, but I might send you my question to him through the WhatsApp because I'm having the elderly people in the church in my house tomorrow. I'm hosting them in my house tomorrow. So I don't know how long it's going to be, but if I don't meet, I will send you one or two questions. Okay?
Okay.
My rant is that my brother Jagu said some of us are idiots and fools. I want to let you know that I am not an idiot.
I don't know why you included yourself. Why did you do that?
No, I'm coming. Just allow me to speak. Just allow me to speak.
Yes, sir.
I don't know the people you're referring to, but I'm part of this panel, and I come here almost every week. So I am not an idiot, and I am not a fool. So I just want to make that very clearly to everybody that is here. I find it difficult to insult people, and I find it difficult to use foul languages against people because I represent a people, because I am an image of what my life is to other people. I am like a mirror to people who are looking at me. I stand like a mirror. So if anybody feel that you are not impacting life, I am impacting life, thousands of lives. And I don't need people to help me to impact life. In my little way, I impact people's life positively. When you grow at a certain age, you make choices of what you want, how you want to live your life. Right? So I believe that I am not going to be part of those idiots and fools that are in this particular platform that I spend most of the time. Last week was my wife's birthday. After I left the birthday of my wife, I came to this panel. Today was my marriage celebration. And my marriage anniversary celebration. I am here in this panel.
Happy anniversary.
So sometimes when we are trying to generalize words, or you want to advise, or you want to use a certain word, you should also work that thousands and millions of people are watching us here. And I don't think I'm using the platform of Dr. Damages to impact life. Before I know this platform, I've been impacting life in my small way, positively. So please let us try to mind the languages we use. Sometimes we are trying to pass a message, but at times we laugh over it. But sometimes we should also try to choose the words that we use, because we might thinking that we are not. A lot of people say here, we are not doing anything. Let us find solution. Let us find solution. Everybody has a solution. The solution starts in your family. It starts in your community. It starts in your village. It starts in your neighborhood, where you live. That's where you start changing people's life and mindset. You cannot go into the country and begin to change people. You begin to change people in your small way of impacting life and trying to change people to do better things and live a better life. And not only by speaking, but practically showing them the way you can be able to live that good life. It is from the family to the kindred, to the village, to town, to local government, to state, to nation. Nigeria is a very big country. That is not everything we are saying here. It's just like you're throwing one stone into a very big ocean. But we can do it in our own little way to change people's mindset, so that our children and our grandchildren and the generation that are coming before us don't fall into the situation we find ourselves right now, because we are in a situation of no return. We don't even know the solution to Nigerian problem, because at the end of the day, if I don't put tribal sentiment into it, I put religious sentiment into it. If I don't put, is my brother, is my uncle, is my sister into it, there are so many things we put. And that's why we can't solve problems. That's why the problem is almost compounding every day. So my final rant is going to be funny, but it's a point. I don't know. Dr. Damages, when Paul was saying something before he left, he talked about our brother forefathers, which everybody said here. We don't know where he come from. We don't know which is here in Nigeria. We don't know where he is. If it is only you that know, I don't think it's fair to the people that come to this platform, because we don't know who he is. We don't know where he comes from. I've told him here plainly in this place. I didn't hide it. I told him that if I come to London and see him on the street, I am going to stay far away, because I don't know who he is. I don't know what he represents. But he comes here to handle this program as one of the people that handles the program. Paul said it jokingly, but it's real. Everybody know that you are from Nobi here. So if somebody that is moderating your program, we don't know who he is. We don't know where he comes from. And when we come here, we talk about Nigeria. We talk about everything that has to do with family and everything. And somebody that is moderating that, I don't know who the person is.
Who is he representing? Who does he speak for? So people might not tell. It doesn't matter. It's his personal choice. It's his fundamental human right not to say. But you're speaking to people. You're a journalist. When they invite you at Arise, if they don't know you, they first of all introduce yourself. That's what people do. So I am trying to say that if he doesn't want to tell us his town or his village or his state, he can tell us that he's a Nigerian, because I don't know if he's a Nigerian. Maybe you know.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ike, for that. Thank everybody. Oh, somebody joining us.
Can I just say some 2 minutes? Even less.
Hold on.
Even less.
Okay, go ahead.
All I want to say is that two people on the panel, they ranted in answer to a rant. It's almost as though they had nothing to say until somebody said something of pertinence. And I think that's to be poor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Forefathers, welcome. I will let you rant, but we have to round up. We've taken over an hour from your show. I know. Let me just make this comment as a final comment from me. Based on some of the things I heard, I don't normally do this, but I want to remind everybody this is a marketplace of ideas. The whole idea really is for people to exchange ideas. People are hearing us. It may not be millions, it may not be hundreds of thousands that people are talking about, but people hear us. People go back and watch these things, and people talk to me when I see them out there, and they remember what each and every one of you said. Most of you are stars on this platform. You may not know that. If you travel around, you hear people tell it. The ideas are going around. People know that forefathers, for instance, is always talking about security. They might disagree or agree, but that's getting there. It enhances the conversation about solutions. Dexter, I really like what you keep talking about, solutions. Maybe there are some kids who are watching us who will come up with solutions. I mean, maybe we are too old. I don't know. What the point is that what we do here is important. And everybody is valued, no matter your position, no matter your viewpoints. It becomes part of that conversation. This is what I tell people when people say to me, oh, I don't like this person because of what he's talking about. I said, that person represents thousands of people. There's nobody here, whatever your position is on any issue, that you don't have thousands, I don't want to use millions, but thousands of people who think like you. It doesn't matter what it is. You can think that there is no God. There are thousands of people who believe there is no God. There are thousands of people. So it's very important to respect and value every contribution. I do. And I like the interactions, the disagreements. It's part of it. Out there in the world, actual world where we live, there are this misunderstanding. There are disagreements. So I'm not expecting anything different from here. I just want to make sure that it's respectable, that people are watching and people can listen to us and learn. Make it a condition that they can learn and be part of it. About forefathers and his where he's from, I don't ask anybody where they are from. I don't ask anybody what is your real name. Most people here, if you don't have your real name, I don't know. It's not important. I can't stop anybody here from going anywhere and saying anything they want to say. That I believe and I want to share where I'm from and everything about me, it's my choice. It's not important. It shouldn't be important about the conversation. We are not planning a coup. I mean, some people, if we are planning a coup, I want to know who you are, whether you'll be part of this, whether you are from the... I'm not planning a coup here. We are just having conversations. All right? Okay, forefathers, go ahead.
Yeah, greetings and thank you for having me, Dr. Damages, and greetings to all the panelists. I don't know why Ike is always going on about my identity. I guess he's used to a certain way of communication with people. He has to know where they are from, and I hope he doesn't demand DNA tests by the time to be able to trust everybody at this rate. See, we all have our own baggages, and I hope people don't take me personally seriously. Just take the ideas that I talk about seriously, because ideas change the world. That's the truth. You like it or not. When I espouse national security for our people, it's a common sense thing, but yet we struggle to even get grasp of it. When I say, okay, how much are you going to pay for national security so that your country, at least you have the space to be able to choose your leaders? People think that's a joke. Sooner or later, you have to do it. You can't escape it. You really can't escape it. Whether you like me now or not, sooner or later, it will have to happen. Otherwise, you will never survive. It's just simple arithmetics. And this is why I keep hacking back to it over and over again. When I tell people, okay, you have to do this. If you don't do this, you're going to keep having the same problem. Even if they see the example all over the world, they don't want to act. And it's dawned on me that the only reason why we are not acting because we think we have a choice. We think somehow we can trade our birthright, play big, and it's going to be all right. It will not be all right. You will keep delaying it, and your children will have to carry the burden of doing these things because we are not going to do it. And I don't think we are going to do it, no matter what I say right now, until something forces us to do it. That is human beings for you. It's not inherent amongst only black people. It's inherent with every other group. You have to be forced. Those Palestinians that are going through that hell right now, they will never make that mistake again. If they get a chance to escape the clutches of powerful people, they will never be in the same position again. Look at what the Israelis are doing today. They went through hell during Hitler's time. They will never put themselves, they are willing to sacrifice lives just to make sure they don't put themselves in that position again. We have not lived through that. So we think it's a kind of, it's up for grabs. Let's just keep playing around. It's going to be all right. Now the whole world is sharpening their knives and buying all kinds of weapons left and right. What are we doing? We are here talking about whether we know somebody's tribe or whether we don't know somebody's tribe. This is the kind of stuff that destroy nations. What else is it? Was it somebody that mentioned earlier on about mental imprisonment? We have imprisoned ourselves mentally. Sometimes I have to be generous. I don't think it's necessarily deliberate imprisonment. It's just a consequence of a chain of events. We are stuck here. We can't seem to move. Nobody's making a mistake of waking us up. So what are we going to do? We are going to be talking about this forever. All I can say is that if you want to change something, you start with generating resources. If you truly want to change something, if you don't have the money to do it, forget it. You're just talking. Because we have seen the example everywhere. That if you want to really change something, you have to put money behind it. Because there are a lot of people that have a lot of money everywhere. During the COVID-19 crisis, when I was complaining that, you know what, these people gave themselves $17 trillion worth of loans. They call it loans. They just print money and give it to themselves. That is a weapon. Money is at the basis of everything. If you have money now, if you give all of us $10 million now to do something, you'll be surprised how productive we'll become. Because we don't have to rely on anybody else. We have our own voice. If you see what is happening in America right now, it's because of money. So many politicians have been compromised. Candace Owen is fighting against the money influence. Charlie Kirk, the same thing. These things matter, and we should be learning from it. I'm watching them do it, and I'm thinking, that is how it works there. What are we learning from it? Me, I'm here to learn. Most of the stuff, if I come here, there's no day I have a conversation with people here, I don't learn something. You might not think so. I am learning stuff all the time. I really hope you all are open to learning stuff. And if you can make change without having to be forced to do it, do it. Because after all, you're coming here every Saturday. You are one of those few people that have the insight, passion enough to come here every Saturday. Many people don't come here. As a matter of fact, vast majority of people don't come here. So it means there's something that you see. There's a feeling that you have. You should be able to channel those things, seek the resources, and start making actual change. Maybe you never know. One man can change the world. You just never know who can do it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, forefathers.
Whatever we do it to change the. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Let me use this opportunity to thank those that supported us. Oriako Tobe, thank you so much. Kulata, thank you so much. Nana Bash, thank you so much. Oscar Blackbone, thank you so much. And Eddie, thank you so much. This support, they help us. This money that you see, they help us to put this show out there and take care of people who help us behind the scene. I want to thank those that helped behind the scene, those that sent me videos. executive director, and all the other people behind the scene working to make sure that we produce a respectable show. I want to thank all those in the panel that came in today. Forefathers, thank you so much. Ike, thank you so much. Jefferson, thank you. 2 Nigerians, 1 brain cell. Thank you so much. Jagun, thank you so much. Mazapara, thank you. Revolution Now, thank you. Dexter, thank you. Femi, thank you. And all those
Rudolph, you should call me the FIFA analyst now. From now
yeah,
on.
yeah. When it comes to soccer, I will call you.
Thank you.
Forefather, you're sharing your brain with your the other man is taking your name.
Those that watched us, those on the comment section, thank you all for your comments. Shegun, thank you. I know I told you that we don't have time to go back and respond to everything people ranted about, but maybe next time we will address that issue. That's for you. 2 Nigerians, 1 brain cell. All right, those that watched at home, thank you. I appreciate all of you. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Dr. Sam Amadi joining us. If you can be part of that conversation, we appreciate that. Again, thank you, everybody. Let's move over to Forefathers. Forefathers has a show coming up, which is about an hour or 2 hours late. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. All the best.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èèyàn.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter. How to? Just 1 click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.